All right, gang, welcome. Happy Wednesday, Hump Day. We only have 5 orders to start the day, so extremely slow, but maybe that means things will pick up on the back end. Mark gets the Steelers in Immaculate 1, 2, and 3. That drops tomorrow. James gets the Cowboys in 1, 2, and 3. Aaron picks up the Lions in 1, 2, and 3. And Wesley gets the Cardinals in 1, 2, and 3. And gets Finest Angels in number 3 and 4. So that's the only order I got for a break we can do today. So what should we do? All right, just 5 orders to start the day. We need a little bit more than that if we want to get something going tonight. Most of the orders were for Immaculate. So hopefully we'll get some more orders for breaks we can do this evening instead of tomorrow. coffee set up. What's up, Matt? I do not have baseball picks today. I need to get back on that pick train. I think in between the grand opening and moving and all that sort of stuff, I just haven't had a chance to get around. Haven't had a chance to get to it. I would usually select underdogs. That would be my tendency. That's usually where the value is. Could sprinkle a little bit on the Nats, a little bit on the White Sox. And it's harder to kind of, at this stage of the season, how to calculate, how to crunch the numbers on who has the edge, because at this point there's different sort of motivation levels that come into play. You know, what teams are motivated, what teams aren't. I tend to stay away from favorites, bigger favorites, especially like, I mean, minus 120 is okay, but if you get anywhere over that, I tend to stay away from that. Right, even minus 130 is too big for me. The general rule of thumb is don't play, you know, anything over minus 150, but I actually, for my threshold, it's a little bit lower. All right, nice, Terry. There you go. Nice little parlay going in the early games. Then you kind of have to look at starting pitchers. I don't think that really jumps out at me here. You know, Yankee. See, I also don't like when both teams are kind of favored. The minus 105, minus 115. If that was like Cam Schlittler, I've got him on my fantasy team. He's actually, the last couple starts have been really good. If that number was like plus 110 or plus 115 or something like that, I would have loved that. Might have been last night. And if you looked like late last night, that number probably moved from plus 110 down to minus 105. If I do make a play, I usually like to make it the night before. Sometimes it doesn't give you the best of the number, but if you're confident in your sort of setup and how you choose games, sometimes you do get lucky and get the best of the number by the next day. All right, what do we got, Terry? You've got Bellinger total bases and Ohtani strikeouts over. So what are the numbers for those? We'll keep an eye on those throughout the day. Now listen, ladies and gentlemen, we've only had 5 orders today. So what should we do to start the day? Hopefully things will pick up as the evening goes on. I know everyone's waiting for that immaculate football tomorrow, but we've got those gold packs. Not a single person has taken a spot in the filler for the Topps Chrome Mixer. That would be a great one to do today. Right, we can get another one of those mega cases going. We did one of those last night. Those are pretty cool. Finest Baseball is halfway there, almost. If we can get a couple people, right? Someone get the $30 White Sox, $40 Diamondbacks, $30 Marlins, $50 Twins, $40 Giants, $40 Blue Jays. All of a sudden, we're close to single digits, and that might get the gears going. That might give us the momentum we need. High rollers might step up and start grabbing some of the bigger teams. That NT has stalled out at 5 apiece in those random number blocks. We're right there. That could happen tonight. That should happen tonight. That blaster box is a 10-team giveaway in the mixer. Half case, fresh case, ton of autos. NT football, that's our last case in the shop. 5 left in both random number blocks, and if you buy a full spot, you got a chance at a full spot. All right, that photogenic box plus a full spot sells out that division break. That's our last case. And of course, you can always pre-order that immaculate. We're not a lot of quantity on the site, but we are trying to clear the runway for immaculate football tomorrow. So it'd be nice if we can get at least, I mean, I feel like the mixer and NT at the very least. So really the first 2 things that are on the filler information page right here, which is pinned in the chat. You can always access that, especially if I'm away from the computer, away from the desk, away from the keyboard, and you're like, hey, how many more do we need to do? How many spots do we have left? Your answers are right there. So you tell me what to do. I'm a little surprised that that Topps Chrome Blaster box hasn't gone off yet. Not a single person trying a spot there. Don't forget about all the rookies that we can chase. All right, some really nice names for Detroit, Pittsburgh, Chicago, Cubs, Seattle, etc., etc. Parallels, tons of autographs there. Chance to win big teams for a fraction of the price. I think as long as you're in the top 10, you're getting your money back. Now, you know what? Let's try to get the needle moving for some people here. I don't know why that discount's not working. I can just do it manually. There we go. Actually, technically, let's round down. So I'm feeling nice. All right, there you go. So for tonight only, we're gonna discount that box. It's on sale. So instead of 50 bucks, it's 37 bucks. So 25% off, just like we had that going on in the mixer itself. So maybe that'll jumpstart that break. So we only had 5 orders to start the day. Actually, no, it's even worse. 4 orders to start the day. And I haven't seen an order since in 30 minutes. So we gotta get something going here. Who wants to be a starter? Everyone wants to be closers, but we can't have a pitching staff full of closers. We need starters. There you go. Wesley's gonna start us off in that Topps Chrome Baseball Mixer filler. Thank you. So even if you don't think that blaster box is gonna fill up tonight, I would at least be smart and lock in the 25% because it goes back to regular price after the end of show tonight. All right, who else wants to get something going here? I know there's not a lot of quantity on here, but there is a lot of quality. Oh, we can't discount everything, Wesley. We just moved into a new shop. There's a lot more rent that we got to pay. Can't discount everything. Then what are we, a bargain bin place? We're not a bargain bin place. We're a lot more high quality than that. I think 40 bucks is well worth it for a random letter spot, considering the hits that we can get. I don't think the Pokemon wall is that's not gonna be enough. And considering we've only had, what, 4 orders to start the day, your order is the 5th of the day, that's not gonna be enough to keep the lights on here. Can't discount everything. And then, you know, we don't want to create an expectation of people just waiting for discounts. We don't want that either. They mark up the boxes about 40 bucks. It's not something we generally like to do. You know, we generally like to keep things at the correct price. You know, with the usual retail store margin. I mean, shop around. Generally, the general feedback that we get is that, in general, our prices are usually the best. So now we're talking take our good prices and then cut them down even more. And, you know, that kind of runs the margins a little too thin for comfort. And listen, the more people ask for discounts in general, because I know people do sometimes, we're more inclined not to do it. We're contrarian that way, stubborn that way. You know, we want these discounts to just kind of happen naturally, and then have people appreciate them when they appear, and not really have expectations for it. Those are expectations we do not want to set. Oh, so you're friends with Sportport. We love Jeremy. He's been with our team. He's been shopping with us for a long time. Yeah, I wish I knew more about Pokemon too. We've got someone who works here who's on our team, and she knows a lot about Pokemon. And there is definitely last 2-3 years or so, there's definitely a big resurgence for it. Oh wow, real old friends. That's cool. Yeah, so you guys have seen it. You guys have seen the many, it's like any industry, the changes of the industry that goes up and down. You know, it's quite a, you know, I say this so many times, but you know, the obituary for the hobby has been written many a time, and yet here we are. All right, there you go. I like that. I like a little good teamwork there. Yeah, I feel like we've got a lot of collectors in the North Carolina area. I want to say Alan Murdoch. You'll see his name on group breaks fairly frequently. He's also in the North Carolina area. We've got a couple more like regulars and then semi-regulars. A lot of people from North Carolina. But yeah, the Pokemon thing is definitely somewhat unexpected. I think that's always been popular. I feel like every generation, you know, they get from older siblings and just from the cartoons and all that, the animated series and all that. I feel like that's always been sort of, every child will go through a Pokemon phase. I certainly did. You know, so there's always that, you know, and when the video games are so popular too, like Sword and Shield on Switch 1, I have it. I played that for dozens of hours, and I don't even consider myself a gamer, but it's always in the subconscious, in the consciousness of the kids these days. And from the collectible side of things, it's just grown, you know. And I think like let's say like the generation of kids that grew up in the early to mid 90s, early 2000s, kind of like the kids that were kids that age are now getting older and are of an age where they've got like grown-up money, and so they're starting to look back at those vintage products and they're starting to buy those up, getting those graded, and then the value of that starts to creep up, and then all the new product that comes out all the time, you know, that product starts to gain more and more value. The card game, like the actual game that you play with the cards, are still relatively popular, and so like, so I mean, all that combined with just more general interest in the hobby, you know, starts to step up. Steven, if there's a break, if you kind of read the top bright red section up there, if there's a break sold out and not on the schedule, there may be a filler or two needed to unlock the break, and that's the exact case with number 3. We've got the final 10 teams bundled up into this filler right here. So we got to give those away. We got to finish that off, and I've got it in that section right there as well. So we got to finish that off before we can officially unlock that break. So it's not quite there yet. And if it was officially sold out and about to break, I would have it on the schedule, and that's always something that everyone should kind of keep handy as well. Yeah, so if you're wondering, why is Joe just blabbing and not breaking? You know, that break sold out. When is he going to do that? You know, and it's not on the schedule. What's going on? Probably a filler attached to it. Yeah, Jeremy, I agree. We got one filler knocked out. And we've got 5 left in each of them. And Nick just messaged me and said he took out more spots. So he took out another spot in the most expensive random number block. So now we're only selling now we're only selling 7 spots. If I do my math correctly, I should see. Right, so we got 4 left in the Falcons, Commanders, Bears, Patriots, Chiefs, and then we've got 3 left. Nick's giving away 5 spots in that. So do the math. Right, you automatically get an extra spot. It's a buy one, get one. Also, he's saying that if Finest and Topps Chrome Delight do not sell out tonight or get close to selling out tonight, we're just going to refund everybody on those. Oh, sorry. The kind of have to. That's why we try to use these asterisks to separate the statements out. So the blaster box break itself is number 7 because we still have to keep track of the blaster box breaks numerically. But that is going to help sell out Pick Your Team 3, which is right here. I suppose I can make it more clear if I add that into the title. Would that help everybody? I feel like it gets to be too many numbers in the title. I know, I don't want to have to do this. I wish it would just sell out straight up. But sometimes these fillers are necessary evils right here. But hey, and tonight only. So here we go. So 25% off each spot, tonight only. It's a 10 Topps Chrome Mixer Pick Your Team 3 giveaway. And then we got the official break. So if we kind of ignore this part right here, basically it's just, we're doing a 1-box blaster break. Now, that after we do the 1-box blaster break number 7, then at the end, just like a break credit giveaway or something like that, we're gonna give away the final 10 teams and Pick Your Team 3 in that order right there. And for tonight only, 25% off. Man, Jeremy, I would love to make that happen. Hopefully the additional giveaways are gonna move the needle for some people here, because now we're only 7 spots away from knocking this out. And we got additional giveaways there as well. In fact, this one is a buy one, get one right here. I mean, that's a no-brainer, I think, at this point. All right, and just as a big note right there, Topps Finest Baseball and Topps Chrome Baseball Delight, both Finest, will be refunded if we don't sell it out, or at least make some significant progress on it tonight. Significant progress meaning like pretty much get it into single digits by the end of the night at the very least. All right, so hopefully that'll kind of move the needle for some people here. Or not, maybe nobody wants Finest, maybe nobody wants Breaker's Delight. You know, maybe nobody wants these mixers here. But I feel like the NT's in a really nice spot too. We just need people to wake up and start grabbing some spots. Where's everybody? I don't know, we'll see about that, Jeremy. Yeah, what's going on out there? I feel like I haven't listened to any of Stephen A's takes, but you know, I try to avoid listening to the full takes. I just read the headlines. Stephen A. Smith not happy with Daniel Jones as a starter. Frankly, I don't know if I would be either. What are we doing with Anthony Richardson? He doesn't, well, at least his agent doesn't seem very happy with what's going on. I don't know. I feel like the Colts, Anthony Richardson, I feel like was always supposed to be a project. I think they might have put him out there too early before he was ready, and then just kind of messed up that whole thing. I think if they were patient, let him marinate like Jordan Love for 2 or 3 seasons, I feel like he would have come out there with a better, come out there better, I think. Like Jordan Love gets to be in one system, learn that system, marinate for 2 or 3 seasons, and there they are. I think there's been some coaching changes with Indy. So it's tough for a young quarterback. If you're like already raw, and then you're changing systems, and then to try to catch up with all of that, that doesn't really do a good service to the quarterback. Now, if you're in a Jordan Love situation, you marinate behind, Aaron Rodgers, you're in the same system for a little bit, then you start getting all the first team reps, and that playbook backwards and forwards at this point. You're not a rookie anymore. You're kind of mentally ready to know how to work in the league. Take some time. Not every quarterback can dive into a situation like Mahomes. Even Mahomes marinated behind Alex Smith for a little bit. I'm trying to think of Justin Herbert maybe. There's not too many guys where you just come out firing. Guns blazing, you know what I mean? Back in the day, 10, 15, 20 years ago, the rule of thumb was to have any quarterback you draft would just marinate for at least a season. Nowadays, it just seems like everyone's rushing to get like some quarterback out there week 1. You don't think Cam Ward could have benefited from another season, but teams are impatient, fans are impatient, coaches get fired at the drop of a hat, they don't get a long leash. So it's tough. That's what makes the NFL is just so intriguing, just because, I don't know, every sport has their unique challenges, right? But like when you talk about like trying to construct an entire roster, there's definitely some unique challenges with the NFL, that's for sure. And one of them is trying to get everybody on the same page. Pulling in the same direction. And then you come into a case where like you have, young quarterbacks, maybe 2 or 3 seasons into their career, they've gone through 2 head coaching changes and like 4 OC changes, and then you're just like, what are we doing here? It stunts everybody's growth. All right, ladies and gentlemen, listen, we've only seen 2 orders in the last hour. What do we want to do? I feel like people want to break. We got 25% off this filler right here tonight only. At least lock in that spot. That could be a nice first break of the day. Help us out there. We got extra spots being given away in NT. So let's get those going as well. And keep working on that finest. Keep working on that that Breaker's Delight. So hopefully that'll kind of move the needle for some people here. So I ask you, who wants to get something going here? I feel like a nice way to start the day would be this blaster box, right? It's a 10-team giveaway. A third of the break, right, are gonna win teams in the Topps Chrome Baseball Mixer Pick Your Team 3. A lot of autographs, half a case of Jumbo, half a case of Delight, ton of autos, and that'd be a nice way, a really nice way to start the day. And then over time, I know the NT is a little more expensive, but over the course of the evening, I feel like if we can get, you know, a couple people here and there every hour pick up a spot, right? We can then ultimately get to Breaksville, maybe by the halfway point of the show, maybe a little bit after that. I don't see any active carts, but we got close to 20 people browsing the site from coast to coast and all around the world. We got someone in Korea checking in. We got Southern California, a bunch of dots there. You know, we got Idaho, we got the Pacific Northwest, Utah, Arizona, Oklahoma, North Carolina, Florida, New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Chicago, Milwaukee area, Ohio area. So we got a lot of people checking in. We just need more people checking out. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell your enemies, tell your coworkers, tell everybody that we've got some breaks, we got some discounts, we got some good giveaways. We'll need to put some bat signals out here. What up? How's it going?
I lost money on the Creator Classic today.
Why are you betting on the Creator Class? Please tell me you're not doing that. If you are, then I'm gonna be like, Nick, I think we're paying Michael too much. He's betting on the Creator Classic.
Maybe it's maybe I'm just such a good bettor that it's my, I built up my bankroll from the very little money that you paid me.
Oh,
Just kidding. On the record, I'm joking. That was a joke.
That's a joke, everybody.
JASPY takes care of their employees.
And Michael's not betting on the Creator Classic.
Yeah. Just don't believe anything that comes out of my mouth.
You can't. It's folly.
You want to see who rolls a higher number?
Mm-hmm.
You go first.
Okay. Should we put it on camera?
$100.
Okay. I go first?
Yeah.
All right, $100. Boom! 6.
Can I concede?
You can tie. Yeah.
Not a back. Double or nothing.
So you double or nothing. 5.
This is rigged.
1, 200.
I go first now. Double or triple or nothing.
Okay. 1. That's like $600 now.
400. Oh my god, dude. 1 point. Alright, quadruple or nothing. It's for 800.
6. Oh!
Even.
All right.
That's why you don't stop till you get it back.
It's actually true. All right, maybe some bat signals out there will move the needle for some people. All right, who wants to get something going here? Happy Wednesday, hump day, middle of the week. Let's make something happen.
This is the 19th edition of the FedEx Cup. In June, the PG Tour hired Brian Rowland as their new chief executive officer to succeed the current edition chair.
All right, Edward, looks like our first order in 30 minutes is looking forward to tomorrow. Nice, gets the Niners, an immaculate 1. I'm assuming Jason will be going live a little bit earlier tomorrow. Maybe even a lot earlier if we get one of those breaks close to selling out. All right, yeah, now I get it. I know there's a lot of, there's a big new release tomorrow in that immaculate, but there's still a lot of stuff we can do today. JaspysCaseBreaks.com. Link is in the chat. Trying to get the needle moving for that Topps Chrome baseball mixer, that blaster box, the filler, 25% tonight only. Right? At least lock in that 25% off price. And with a little luck, we might get that sold out sooner rather than later. Let's just get that done. We've got extra giveaways in that NT football break. Right? We were giving away 2 originally here, now we're giving away 3. We were originally giving away 3 here, now we're giving away 5. This one's a buy one, get one. You buy a spot, you automatically get a spot. It's only a 10 spot random number block, so let's get that going. If we get this one knocked out, I'll bet the other one will sell out twice as fast. And this is the cheaper of the 3 random number blocks that we did. We did the randomizer for the other one a couple nights ago. So who else wants to get things going? JaspysCaseBreaks.com. Let's break. In about 45 quick minutes, we're going to be done with the first quarter of the show. That's how fast the evening can go. So we need people to check in, check out. Let's get some breaks across the finish line.
Here is that future competition committee mentioned title and Camp Adam Scott, Knuckle Leopard, Daily Smart Guy, Mitchell Lynn, the business advisors, the word from Valero, John Henry, Fenway Sports, which owns the Red Sox, the Pennant, Liverpool, football, the U.S. team, with SSG as well, Wonder King.
I mean, there are a lot of people on the website. There's like 20 or so people on the website. So I feel like people are browsing. Hopefully they'll get to some buy-in.
2 years after the announcement of a framework agreement, talks have pretty much died.
Yeah, I have not spoken to anyone from your public investment fund. I've been here for 3 weeks, so my focus has obviously been on the tour and focusing on the tour and then learning and starting to develop a bit of a vision for the future. Part of those conversations have been with our partners with the DP World Tour. Spent some time with Guy last week. I think we have an investment in DP World Tour. I think golf is a global game. We all know that. We have quite a bit of European players on the tour. So I think it's an important partnership that we want to figure out how to grow. I think conversations with them and how they might fit in a new competitive model will certainly be part of this committee's work. So we'll continue. I think my primary focus is going to be on strengthening the tour.
All right, Wesley's going to put in some work. There you go. Gets into the Dolphins, Packers, etc., random number block. That's a buy one, get one. Hans bought 2. Wesley bought 1. We got 2 left, and I can run the video for that. I can run the randomizer video for that, and I'm telling you, we've seen this happen so many times. I know it takes people a little convincing, but I'm telling you, if we can get that knocked out, I'll bet that will sell out twice as fast. But this one's a no-brainer. You buy one, you get one. It's easy, simple as that. We're gonna sell out 5 of the 10 spots. We just double it up, randomize you a block of numbers.
Look, I think I'm going to focus on what I can control. I would offer to you that the best club should go for.
Really want to try to push that because I want to try to clear the runway for Immaculate. I feel like NT and Immaculate are kind of, NT's a little more expensive than Immaculate, but they share a lot of similar design qualities, so it'd be nice to kind of get that off the board and try to, try to get that done so we can clear the runway for that.
I'm interested in exploring whatever strengths
Remember, you decide what our first break of the evening is going to be. Again, my preference is to I guess either of these, whether it's NT or whether it's Topps Chrome Baseball, those are the 2 breaks that I want to do. At bare minimum. At minimum, that's what we want to do. And then, once we get those 2 off the board, I feel like we can shift our focus to something else. All right, there you go, Terry. Terry gets the last 2 in the Dolphins number block. Excellent. I love this. So now, high rollers, you're running out of excuses to fill this break. I need your help. Only Yannick has 2 spots in the big random number block. Troy has a spot. We need 4 more individuals to be bold enough to step up and grab spots. All right, so there's the one, we did that video the other night. So this one will be for this group of teams. There you go. Thanks, Terry Sportbooks, the sports book. Congrats, Terry, on winning your early morning parlay. We like seeing that. I like that. I like have a little fun for yourself, and then contribute a little bit of the winnings to JASPY. We appreciate that. Right, absolutely. Spreading the love. Helping the economy. Yeah. All right. Let's do it. Hi, everybody. Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com. We had 3 random number blocks that we have to accomplish. We're down to our last one. So here's the second one right here. This one features this group of teams: Dolphins, Packers, Bengals, Texans, Titans. This is going to help fill up Pick Your Team 6 5-spot giveaway. So you're thinking, wait a second, Joe, it's a 10-spotter, right? A random number blocks. Does that mean it's a buy one, get one? Yes. We'll double you up. Double up. So thanks, Hans, Wesley, and Terry. There are the numbers right there. Let's roll it. Let's randomize names and numbers 1 and a 2, 3 times each. 1, 2, and 3. Got Hans down to Terry. And then 1 and a 2, 3 times for the numbers. 1, 2, and 3. 0 down to 4. Now 0 usually gets any and all redemptions, but I think NT this year, they've done a pretty good job at eliminating redemptions, but that does come up. 0s will still get any and all redemptions. But Hans, 0, 6, 8, and 1. Nice. Wesley with 3, Terry with 7 and 2. Wesley with 9, and Terry with 5 and 4. Let's order these numerically, so you'll see Terry's 5 and 7. He'll still be matched up with him. Yep, there's 5 and there's 7. It's a good spread of numbers for everybody. All right, so of course, and it only applies to that group of teams down there for NT number 6. One more to go, and then Breaksville. I'm Joe. I'll see you next time for the next one. Bye. You got a couple. You're in train whistle zone though, out of 5s and under. That's pretty good. There's a little silver lining there.
These lesser tournaments, they help to develop those stars. They're always fluctuating in and out. So a lot of people say that they want scarcity, they want to reduce the size of the schedule, etc.
And now the case just has to cooperate. That's all.
It's avoiding hate it for appropriate reasons. Because that void will be filled by other people, entrepreneurs, who want to pay the best players in the world to play. And if you on the PGA Tour, you want your player to play 3, 4, 5, 10, 12 times for another tour somewhere else, probably not.
All right, now this could be our first break of the day. That number block, that's it. So we're only selling 7 spots outright. 3 of those spots are gonna get extra spot. That's almost half. All right, 3.5 would be the exact double up right there, but just under half of you will get extra spots, and that's pretty good. That's a pretty good return considering that price point. All right, now in the meantime, I've got the case with me here in preparation for it. I'm gonna grab some extra supplies that I might need for that break, because I feel like it's like those 3 spots could sell out pretty quickly, right? Or 4 spots, considering that's the last filler. Getting all choked up over NT, nearing Breaksville.
ZipRecruiter, rated the #1 hiring site. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/golf. For golf tech, channel what's faster, guys. This is why you're saying basic guys. But never is the sound of the basic game guys. You swear your feet, don't make your wrist, and hips, guys. Golf tech, 7 shots better, guys.
Mission innovates on the road and far beyond. With airless tires designed for exploring new frontiers. Michelin, Russian for life.
engineering. The future isn't clear. It's already here. Don't miss the CPKC Women's Open. Only on Watch.
So I decided to go all in and join coaching the new team dehydration and was able to kind of reset on 2 and still there and bogey 3, but as well. So yeah, there's a lot of shots being hit, but yeah, going down the stretch, I mean, I think we probably have 30 after 30, and my goal was to get it back to even one round, and fortunately this top 17 was able to get it into the rail round. We'll see if one or more, and
as you were right there. What's on the line here?
Yeah, pretty proud. It's one of those things, never give up, regardless of what sport you're playing, and especially golf. It's really hard. You look at the everyone's huge 6 over the 3 holes, and you want to just restart the round. You want to go back to the first tee, how can I restart this? And so it's important for me mentally to kind of set a goal and try to chase after it.
It's one of the most impressive 69 I've ever heard of on the PGA Tour. I grew up in Texas, with the University of Texas. There's a round that Ben Crenshaw played that people still talk about. In the University of Texas, Florida, he made a 10 on the very first hole at college golf. Then 3 balls out of bounds, 10 on the par 5, then birdies next 5 holes, then made 5 more birdies at shot 67, and won the golf. We still talk about that. So I put this on par with that, given the fact that so much is unlike the round. So how did you reset? You said you reset. How did you reset?
Yeah, fortunately, I never knew I was playing really good golf. I actually felt great about my game all around, including the bike. And, it's just one of those things where it's kind of a few hiccups and you got to put that in the past. And I'm just really proud of the way I eventually was able to reset and just kind of really focus in on that goal. And, all right, yeah, I want to get it back to the par, but, let's lock in here and make sure we get ourselves as many birdies as possible on the stretch. And try to create a cool story out of that. That's kind of one thing I've always tried to say in my golf journey is trying to just make a cool story. And when I look back on my career, be proud of some of the moments that I've had. And I thought that was a really cool opportunity for me to kind of overcome an obstacle and try to finish off a good tournament.
Well, you give us a great story this year, not just with your play, but with the way you handle yourself. I don't mean to be controversial, but I think it's fair to say this is the best year for players reciprocating. And
Got everything I need here. Oh, there we go. Thanks, Wes. Good public service announcement. The checklist is out. Thank God. Maybe that's why they pushed the release to Thursday. They weren't getting the checklist out until today. Yep, Beckett has it. Now I just will drop that link into the chat. So I'll take you to this page right here. Towards the end of the evening, we'll start taking a closer look at that. Try to move some teams for Jason before the night is out. All right, nice, George. Put a nice little dent in the Topps Chrome Baseball Mixer filler. Gets 5. So all of a sudden, that is now down to 22. We need the starters, right? So in every break, we need starters, middle relievers, and closers, right? Just like any baseball game, right? So we need the starters to get us at least halfway there. So we need some more starters to get us down to 15. Then we need some middle relievers to get us into single digits, right? Maybe down to the final 5, 6, 7 spots. And that's where we need our middle relievers. Then we need our closers to finish off the break, get the final 4, final 5 spots. I know everyone wants to be a closer. Everyone can't be a closer. We need starters, we need middle relievers, then we need closers. There we go, we got another starter here, Jared. Getting some outs for us. Gets us down to 22. So George must have gone down to 23. Yeah, Jared gets us down to 22. There we go. And remember, the big random number block for NT, that's down to 4. Originally, we were only giving away 2 spots. Now we're giving away 3 spots. That sells out NT. I've got the case with me. I've been picking up some supplies for it. Right here. So those 2 breaks would be a really nice way to start the day. There you go, nice. Mark gets 2 in the filler for the Topps Chrome Baseball Mixer. So now we've got a little bit of a flurry of momentum here. We're down to 19 on that. There you go. So that Topps Chrome Baseball filler is down to 19. And baseball fans, remember, take a look at that note right there. Finest, both finest breaks, and that Topps Chrome Baseball Breakers Alike case. If we don't make a significant progress, if not sell it out, but if we don't make significant progress on that tonight, because those have been marinating for a little bit with not too much action, we're just going to cancel and refund them. So significant progress to me would be we got to get him to at least single digits. But if it only goes down to like, 13, 14, 15 teams or something like that, we're definitely gonna cancel it and refund it. So if you want to avoid that, unfortunate, we don't do that too often, but sometimes we do. Sometimes it's easier to kind of redistribute those into mixers or something like that. Maybe they're selling better on the showroom floor or as personal breaks. But if you don't want that to happen, you know what to do.
this team, and how crucial do you think these next 4 days are toward that goal?
Yeah, there's a lot of guys right on the bill, including myself, and so this is a very important week. This is the best 30 golfers on the PGA Tour, and there's a lot that we're all trying to prove to the captain. I was pretty bummed enough finished top 6. I thought I was fine, but just didn't quite have as high of finishes towards the end of the season as I wanted to have a lot of top finishes. Finished top 15, but I needed a lot more. So this week is extremely important for me to kind of leave no doubt that I belong on the team. I've definitely shown some consistency this entire year. I've had some wins, played well. It's a big moment for both leaders. So I know I can handle everything that page is going to bring. I'm more excited than anyone ever. Be on that team and myself this week.
That's well stated. You said great season. I think it's one after this week, I would be shocked if you walked out with a big prize. Speaking of the wire, we're set up with a lead on the back. Central, East Lake Internet.
You can get this fixed now and pay later. You can get this fixed now and pay later. And this, get fixed now and pay later with 4 interest-free payments at SafeLife.com. Discover an injectable immunotherapy of Diva-Q-Venti for certain previously treated adults whose kidney cancer has spread. Unlike an infusion that takes 30 minutes, Diva-Q-Venti lets you receive treatment quickly in as little as 3 minutes. Diva-Q-Venti is an immunotherapy that works with your immune system to help fight cancer. Diva-Q-Venti can cause your immune system to repel parts of your body during and after treatment. These products can be severe and lead to death. See your doctor right away if you have a cough, chest pain, shortness of breath, irregular heartbeat, diarrhea, constipation, severe stomach pain, severe nausea, vomiting, dizziness, fainting, eye problems, extreme tiredness, changes in appetite, thirst, urine, rash, itching, confusion, memory problems, muscle pain, weakness, joint pain, fever, reverse severe persistent muscle and joint pain. Tell your doctor if you have myasthenia gravis or neocorrhea, immune system problems, including Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis, or lupus, as well as possible side effects. Tell your doctor about all medical conditions, including immune or nervous system problems, and have a plan for organ stem cell transplant, receive chest regression,
All right, I've got the cases for the mixer, half a jumbo, half a delight. All right, so we had a little flurry of momentum here. Who wants to keep it going? We got that blaster box down to 19. 25% off tonight only. And I think it's probably worth putting this back out there as well. Hopefully this gets people fired up. 4:07 left in our last random number block. Phil, 2020. As always, if you want to help us out, follow us on X. Share that post. Oh, Dodgers pregame show. I think Ohtani on the mound tonight.
But it's really directed at bats. Directed at bats, showing that you have a plan.
All right, what's our first break of the evening?
Best game of the year and the
You decide.
game of his
We've got this this filler right here down to 19. Let's get some more starting pitchers to get us halfway there. Then we're going to need our middle relievers to activate.
now. Kirsten Watson joins us live again.
And then we'll need our closers. This is down to 4. That's our last random number block.
Yeah, well, we knew coming into this series that playing time is going to look different. Maybe we're just going to give you guys just some time here and there, considering we're playing in altitude here in Denver. It's also, you know what we're talking about, it's a good time to get going because other guys...
So simple as that. That's our last random number block.
Dan Roberts gave us plenty of updates, whether it was from the position player side or even guys in the bullpen. And even Roki Sasaki, excuse me.
And we still have not done, I've not done my first break of the day. What's up, Marco? What's going on? But we are getting close. Progress is being made. But we need some more people to get things. There you go. Jorge is gonna try to breathe some life back into Finest. He doesn't want that to be canceled. Blue Jays, Cardinals, Twins gone in number 3.
Yeah, I would say giving Kike back some time with us next week is usually.
Kirby and Taylor listening.
We're both good.
All right, thanks, Jorge. Appreciate that. Maybe others will follow suit.
If they're going to do another one, probably not. So then it's kind of trying to figure out whether it's.
So Tanner Scott as well as Kirby, thanks for Kari and a rehab assignment last night. You're both having an inning of work. Sounds like that is going to be it. And as much as Dan Roberts did not confirm that we're going to be seeing
So that gets Finest down to 14.
very likely. Then you go to Sunday, you're pitching tonight, hoping to get through 3 innings of work. Kike Reyes will be in as the DH. We could be seeing a return to the lineup, or at least maybe activated next week based on Kevin.
We want to try to get that at least cut in half. Get it down to like 7 teams. You know, just to keep it alive for tomorrow. Otherwise, we're going to be canceling and refunding all those breaks. Finest 3 and 4, and the breakers the light. In fact, I might just cancel that breakers to light break right now because I don't think I've seen someone buy a team there. In almost a week. Nancy, what's going on?
My son is starting to need a regular phone. There's going to be a point where the communication through the school has to be through their own phone number. So I think that we're going to need a lot of call lines.
It seems like a no-brainer. There's no risk, so might as well try it. Switching safe.
Beckett. Beckett has been doing God's work and adding checklists and team checklists for group breaks. They just did one for Immaculate Football. That just came out today.
Down on the farm, Kirby Yates, Tanner Scott both made rehab appearances last night for AAA Oklahoma City. Yates pitched a scoreless inning with a strikeout and a walk on 21 pitches. Tanner Scott followed with a scoreless inning as well. He struck out 2, walked 1 on 16 pitches. Both likely to make maybe one more rehab appearance before coming to the big league squad. But Dave Roberts has said, could see them returning to the Dodgers bullpen maybe even this weekend in San Diego. We've talked at length about the wear and tear on the bullpen really all season long and all the injuries the Dodgers relievers have sustained, Jerry. With Yates close, Tanner Scott close, Michael Kopech right behind them. How does that change the look of this Dodgers?
Well, these guys are difference makers when they're healthy. It was the first Kirby Yates he's been dealing with some issues with his lower half really all season long. Now he feels that he's strong. He's able to use that lower half now. Use that fastball to go out and change it.
I'm refunding this right now. I already took it off the site.
He's as good as anybody with that velocity.
We haven't had an order in it for a week, so I think I read you loud and clear.
Situation down that road.
Yeah, I think of these guys, I think about closure and time. All these guys can close the game for you. You would be confident, comfortable with them in the game. They throw that elevated fastball, but they know how to throw it high enough just to get you to swing and miss, or just to get you to pop up. And they're coming right after you. They're not messing around. You know, a lot of these guys you're watching, not from our team necessarily, but from the bullpen.
No, you don't. It's just Brian, Yannick, and Tristan.
These guys are coming right after you, saying they put the ball in play. I think that's going to help keep our bullpen length when it comes down to it, because instead of Kopech or Yates or Tanner going third or two-thirds of an inning, we can let each guy maybe go an inning as long as they're healthy and give us more length.
It'd be great to have a couple of those guys back at that huge three-game series in San Diego this weekend. Meantime, on the position player side, there are also a handful of key pieces on the IL hoping to return before October. Max Muncy, Tommy Edman, Kike Hernandez, James Alonso, Hassan Kim. Those are all impactful guys who would really make this team deep in the postseason.
Yeah, when I think about these guys, I think of dynamic. Because you got Kim that can also run the bases, he's hitting.
Yeah, maybe that mixer's definitely been moving the needle more for people than the breakers, the light break. So maybe this will help.
Best pitcher out of the bullpen sometimes, right? But, you know, as we know, Kike can do, and Tommy, the switch hitter, you know, he hasn't had the greatest of years, obviously. He's had this injury, but he's a guy that's clutch, right? We think of a clutch guy that started the season so hot, we were talking MVP. So that's what I think about with this group. It's so dynamic.
Also, we're probably going to cancel that gold pack break too if we don't make some moves on that tonight. I know you were thinking about a gold pack spot, Wesley. I think I've been instructed to just get rid of it if we don't really move things.
You do not like a guy like that because he's not afraid of any situation in the postseason. We've got to get him back healthy. Max Muncy was on a tear before that first knee injury, and now obviously the oblique, once he comes back, he is a difference maker. And Tommy Edman, he has some.
Maybe people that get refunded in this delight break will maybe put it towards the mixer, which would be nice.
Second base, shortstop, and Kim, you mentioned difference maker with the speed.
Well, and then looking at the end of the game, right? A lot of times, you're pinch hitting, you're pinch running. These four guys are impactful at the start. I mean, these might be the most impactful guys in the league, you know, collectively when they're on the bench.
And it's hard to pitch it. Everybody knows it's hard to pitch it. You need veteran guys that have done it before that know how to come in and live the game.
Let's see Kike Hernandez back with the Dodgers next week. Lead off LA rolls on right after the break. The fans hope to see another big offensive night against the Rock Show. Dodgers coming off the 11-4 victory last night.
All right, so that Breakers of Light is now gone. The 4 people that bought teams, or the 3 people that bought the 4 teams there, thanks for trying. Appreciate you guys. Unfortunately, you did not get a lot of help. But maybe that money can be diverted into Finest. So this is already done.
We traveled 3 hours then. Trains, overgrounds,
I wasn't sure if they were going to make it.
It was worth it, Nick. Follow me.
That's great.
Yeah, sometimes that delight can be a little tough, but I think with the additional base cards from the jumbo, with a little bit of delight, I think that makes it a good mixer here. There you go, James, speaking of the mixer, grabs a spot in the filler for the mixer. So we got that down to 18. We need a few people, a few more starters to get us halfway there. Then we need the middle relievers to activate and get the next 5, 6, 7 spots. And then we can start looking for our closers. And that NT is down to its final 4 random number block spots. We're giving away 3 spots. Almost half of you are going to get extra spots in that last random number block. And that sells out NT. So let's do it.
We're home run before that day. So you guys were still getting your feet wet in the big leagues in 2006. Lee James realized that several league Hall cares while the Rockies just pulled up 2 weeks ago. And with his dad EQ that put out last night, Terry Kyle in his first big league home run, how can you not be romantic?
I mean, this has been really great. Not just a home run from the Dodgers here, but also from the Cardinals family. There is a proud daddy. Listen, we make a mistake there to count. That's what it's supposed to do. Make him score a line.
Okay.
This kid has
So some people have money back in their pockets because we just canceled that Breakers Delight break. Maybe they'll put it back into some more baseball. Remember, Finest Baseball is in danger of being canceled unless we get down to like single digits, preferably like the final 4 or 5 teams. Let's put that in writing there. It's in the chat. We've got progress moving on that Breakers Delight and Jumbo mixer. Half case, fresh case. I got both of the cases with me right now. We can get that done right now. So down to 18 in the filler for the mixer. And that sells out the break. We got 4 left here. That's 4 left in the last filler for NT. I know it's a pricey one, right? But it features the really nice teams and 3 spot giveaway. So 3 of the 7 spots that we sell will get extra spots. That's almost half. It's really good odds. Scared money don't make money. Sells out the break. We've got Yannick brave enough to get 2 spots. Troy picked up a full spot as well. They need your help. They need 4 people to join them. Who will join them? And we're at the top of the hour. We're through the first quarter of the show. I've not done a single break. Maybe we can get something going in the second quarter of the show. We're right there. We're very close to breaking. That NT is close. That Topps Chrome mixer is close. We just need a few more people to keep pushing and get us to Breaksville. It should say in the description. Yeah, it's a random hit break. It's only 4 spots. Do the math. 4 cards. All right, Nancy. gets a spot in the filler for the Topps Chrome Baseball Mixer and gets 2 in Sapphire Basketball. Looks like Nick just loaded that up. But you're guaranteed a hit. That's the thing. 4 spots, that means you're guaranteed a hit, but it'll just be a random hit.
Alex Freeland plays second base. We got Austin Short and Buddy Kennedy once again is playing third. Jerry has the top Duke and All-Star America's catcher Will Smith. 308 on the season. That leads the National League. He's off. And a great season so far. Hopefully that continues.
Will Smith trying to put him in the school hole right there. We know he's got power here.
I don't think I've ever seen any of that glory of the game, so I have no idea what kind of surprises could be in there. We'll have to find out.
Hi, John. Yeah, so for Shohei Ohtani his last outing against the Angels, the plan was for him to get through 5 innings of work. Unfortunately, it was cut a little bit short, only getting through.
All right, who's next?
But as much as the pitch count got up, that was actually a good thing for him to get through 80 pitches.
I like seeing that baseball. That's down to 17 now.
From Shohei today, and how he's more concerned with the up downs and him getting through 5 innings of work than the pitch count here in Denver, Colorado.
I think still it's at innings as far as the up downs. I think tonight is going to be a hard
The last Topps Chrome Mixer we did, so it's only a 30-minute break, so it doesn't take too long.
his body responsible.
We can definitely get that in before the dinner break in about an hour, if you want to.
But do you have to keep a sharper eye on something in specific with him?
Probably not any different than we would any other pitcher. Yeah, the ball acts a little differently. The fastball, the spin. But yeah, I'm not too concerned about it, especially if he's going to be down.
So who wants to follow Nancy and get into that baseball mixer filler?
Those are certainly, internally just kind of exploring options. Obviously,
I feel like if everybody who bought a spot in that break got a spot in the filler, that would be a big help. I know you already have teams, but just to help see it happen, that might be a big help. Right, I think Wesley and George and Mark, who have spots in the break, have already bought teams. Already bought filler spots. So did Kevin. So did Jared. So good. If everyone else did that, Scott, Steven, Todd, Mike, Zach, John, Jesse, other John, different Jared C, Capola, right? If those 10 people just bought 1 spot each, guess what? We'd be in single digits just for your help, just for digging deep. Nice, and Nancy gets 5 in the filler for Topps Chrome Sapphire Basketball.
He is going to be down, so it will be a continuation of the routine that we've been seeing from him, guys.
Nice, and Nancy gets 3 more spots in the Topps Chrome baseball break. So she's up to 4 now. That brings us down to 14. All right, so the starters got 15 spots. Got us a little over halfway there. Right, now we need the middle relievers to get the next 10 spots, and then the closers to get the final 5 spots. So now we need our middle relievers to step up. So we need you middle relievers. Get us into single digits. Get us to the final 4 or 5 spots. And then we can break. Yeah, I mean, well, they're talking change, Austin. Or will there actually be change? What will the change be? That's still a big question mark. it still sounded like reunification was a ways down the line. Sounds like they're going to try to fix things with the PGA Tour first before they do anything else. I'm not sure. I mean, there's so many things that need to be, taken care of in the PGA. I'm not even sure where you start. What the PGA Tour doesn't want happening is for them to turn into tennis, right? Where I know there's a lot of tennis fans out there that watch the other tournaments, but they're not usually televised too often. There's no big lead up to it or anything like that. There are a couple tournaments out there, maybe Indian Wells, Cincinnati Open, a couple others that do get a little extra attention throughout the season, but for the most part, no one's really following the tennis tour until you get to like French Open, Wimbledon, right? Australian Open at the beginning of the year, then the French Open, then Wimbledon, then US Open. Just the 4 Grand Slams. That's what the PGA Tour doesn't want to happen. They don't want people just end up saying, the other tournaments, why even bother? I mean, we'll just watch the majors. So, which is precariously, I mean, it's about to happen. If things keep going like this, so they really have to shake things up. I don't know why they're insistent on doing a playoff, but I don't know if they're going to do that. They have to figure out a better way for that, a better way to do that as well. If we can get this break into single digits, Austin, I'll go watch that McDonald bomb right now. I gotta spend time trying to fill breaks, not watching highlights, because we've done nothing today. I've done nothing today. I don't deserve to watch highlights. But I'll take your word for it. 25% off. This is tonight only. Lock in that price at the very least. Third of the break, it's a 30-spot break, a third of you will get teams. Some of you will get really nice teams. As long as you're in the top 10, I think you're making your money back. I think the Rays are like $80. So I think you're still getting your money back. But you can get your money back and then some if you sell out if you were lucky enough to get some of the nicer teams.
You need to win 3 out of 4. If you come out of here with a split, you're going to be disappointed. I don't think San Diego's going away. I think you're going to have to push them out of the way yourself. So don't overlook these.
But yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens with the PGA Tour. I don't know if you really need a playoff for the PGA Tour. I think it should be more like F1, where you're just like, we're Premier League soccer. Whoever's got the most points at the end of the day, or whatever you want to say, then that's it. You're tour champion. I think, or you can do like a regular season tour champion, and then you can have like, whoever finishes in the top 50 duke it out for like a big prize or something like that. Maybe that's what they kind of do, but I don't know. They shouldn't even call it a playoff, I think. It's not really a playoff, unless there were like divisions and you play off against each other. But then match play doesn't work that nicely. Anyhow, they really should try to have fewer events, I want to say. But that's hard to do when you have had some tournaments in some cities for decades. They got to do better at TV coverage too.
Alexis Diaz was optioned to AAA Oklahoma City today while Paul Gervais was called up. The 6'10" right-handed reliever at July's trade deadline acquisition.
I kind of do like that aspect.
Casino Resort and Spa.
Well, I am joined by Paul Gervais and Paul first.
I kind of like how NASCAR does their, at least as a casual NASCAR fan, kind of do like how they do the playoff format. Based on points and based on whether you have won at least a race or not. I feel like that's a kind of sport that could find some similarities because both NASCAR and golf, kind of difficult. So fields are so big, it's difficult to win. Yeah, ESPN Plus is pretty good. In the world, have you watched the Sky Sports feed? People who have access to the Sky Sports feeds rave about the coverage there. Barely any commercials, great broadcast teams. All right, Nancy gets all 4 spots. So that's my first break of the day. Gets all 4 spots in the Glory of the Game break. So scared money don't make money. Let's see what happens in here. That'll give maybe a good preview of this break to some people here.
It's really cool. It's the last couple months have been pretty crazy. I made my major league debut. It was the best day of my life. It was so awesome. And then made a career and then get an option, which sucked. And then
Now let me go find that case.
It's been pretty crazy. I got traded my last year too, from the Mets to the Rays. So I'm used to getting traded part at this point, but it's a lot of fun. But it's also it's really crazy.
It's a big change. How has it been just kind of building relationships? I know it hasn't been too much time with a lot of the guys here, but there are a lot of faces, whether with OKC, but here, how has that been just kind of getting to know some of these guys?
Oh, it's great. Me and Alex Freeland were roommates in the Cape Cod League when we were in college, so it was cool. I knew him, and then I started to meet all the guys. They've been really welcoming, and just trying to soak up what everybody tells me and try to listen whenever I talk.
Tell me, what was Alex like in the Cape Cod League? What is it like now seeing him being such an interview?
I would assume so, Austin. I feel like that's coming from a fresh case, right? I don't think they're individual boxes, but let me go look.
Obviously, you are very tall, but you now join a clubhouse in which there are other pitchers who are but we have someone like Tyler Glasnow and things like that. Is there an aspect, or is there a cool part of just being surrounded by other guys who are built similarly to learn from or even kind of work with?
Yeah, I guess it's cool. I don't really think of it too much. I when I see those all, I'm just like, oh, that's cool. Like, I mean, I grew up in a really tall family. My sister's really tall. Both my brothers are really tall. My parents.
Time to call your shot. Watch my Southern California fan, James. You have Hall of Fame numbers, of course. But you had 338 with 9 bombs. So you are first today.
I'm going with Alex Freeland, basically coordinator going into the kind fastball finished.
I like that call, Sean. I'm going with the veteran guy. Freeman, I think he has a huge night tonight. Pretty good matchup with him and that dude on the mound.
Yeah, I'm going with a veteran guy. That dude on the mound, Shohei Ohtani, has not won a game as a pitcher in 2 years and 11 days. My called shot is him not only getting his first win in 2 years and 11 days as a pitcher, he's going deep as well, hitting number 45. How about that? All right, we're getting closer to first pitch at Coors Field. The fans hoping the Dodgers can stay hot after scoring 11 runs on 18 hits. Last night's big win over the Rockies. Well, Shohei has been everywhere the Dodgers could have hoped for since coming to Los Angeles and then some. Up next, the Big Show's top 10. Ahead of a milestone game for him tonight in Denver. Access Sportsnet Dodgers is brought to you in part by First Bank Mall, California's largest power sports dealer.
All right, there's actually 10 boxes in this case.
I'm a genius. I I figured out how to make us penguins fly.
That's gonna be tricky without wings.
Exactly. That's why I've got Red Bull. It gives you wings. All we have to do is drink it. Come on, Dad, just drink it.
Why? It's 40 degrees below. Do you think we're standing here for fun? Red Bull gives you wings. But only if you drink it.
I'm kind of a deal hunter. I like to make sure we got the best deal.
We used the Spectrum savings calculator before. And I learned that since we're existing Spectrum Internet customers, you get a mobile line for a year.
Having a line for a year would be amazing. I looked at you and I said, how is the savings so substantial?
All right, let's post another one before I start Nancy's break. So Nancy, first through the wall on this break, we'll give you a little preview. It's only 4 cards per box. That is it. I think 2 of them are autographs. And this is the only case we have.
The $7,500 tax credit.
And if you're feeling spicy like Nancy, you can buy all 4 spots and turn it into a personal break.
Visit your Southern California catalog dealer today.
Yes, queso, fresh tortilla strips, queso on a charcoal burger.
Get the new queso crunch combo with fries and frozen.
All right, here we go. Good luck.
Last night's Shohei Ohtani hit his National League leading 44th home run of the season, 98th home run in a Dodgers uniform.
And Nancy, if you want to, you can pick the box. You want to pick the box, Nancy, or do you want the dice to choose for you? You can pick a number between 1 through 10. Box 8, okay. Hi everybody, Joe for JASPY's CaseBreaks.com coming at you with a box of 2025 Leaf Glory of the Game Football. Random hit break number 1, 4 items in the box. I think at least 2 are autos. Let's check it out. No randomizer because Nancy picked up all 4 spots. Thank you and good luck. It's gonna make it easy for the shipping team. They're gonna like that. Here on the 20th, fresh case. And I'm gonna let Nancy choose the box, and in the chat she said 8. So Nancy, if I were to number them, I would go from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I would do this one. Is that okay? I would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's see. Nancy confirm in the chat. Yes, she says. Okay, great. These boxes are kind of heavy too. I'll try to pick out the non-autos first. Here is Bob Waterfield. Glory of the Game, 7 out of 15. Game used memorabilia. Bob Waterfield? I can't say that I'm familiar with this gentleman here. Bob Waterfield, ladies and gentlemen, was a American professional football player and coach. A skilled player, he had played in the NFL for 8 seasons, primarily as quarterback, but also as a safety, kicker, punter, and sometimes return specialist. He played with the Cleveland/Los Angeles Rams between 1945 and 1952. And that's game used. So think about that. That's kind of cool. A 2-time NFL champion in 1945 and 1951. An NFL Most Valuable Player in 1945. Glory of the game. The other one is a, wow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The 7, Glory of the Game. Game used memorabilia. Roger Staubach, Jim Hart, Jim Plunkett, Fran Tarkenton, Joe Montana, Dan the Man Marino, and Jim Kelly. 6 out of 6. Nice low number on that one too. The other one was out of 15, by the way. Yeah, it's called the 7, Wesley. It makes sense. All right, so the next two should be autos. We got a Colin Hurley autograph, 40 out of 99. Got some familiar colors on there, Nancy. Yeah, he's an LSU Tiger. And he's going to be in his second year this year. Is he going to start? I don't know. Future Glory of the Game. All right. And the last one here is a Dylan Jones Future Glory of the Game autograph. 67 out of 99. What's his story here? He's with Wisconsin. A Wisconsin running back, 6'2", 205, freshman. So we'll keep an eye on him. And there you go, Nancy. So these are some of the stuff that you can get. Like, looks like there's books in here as well. So get after it. Glory of the Game football. I'm Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com. Nancy, thank you for getting in. I'm Joe once again, and I'll see you next time for the next one. Oh yeah, that's interesting. A broad blend of old and very new. And if I did my Coach O voice, I think I would lose my voice for the rest of the day. Kind of like when you do an Al Pacino impression. All right, so that was actually my first break of the evening. Maybe we can get something going by the 45-minute mark. Listen, if that blaster box sells out by the 45-minute mark, I'll do it before my dinner break. Now listen, the last 1, 2, 3, 4 order I got were from Nancy. Anyone else want a break? I was mentioning that if everybody who bought teams in the Topps Chrome Mixer, if they bought just one filler spot, we'd be down well into single digits by now. We'd probably be down to our last 5 or 6 teams or spots, if anybody wants to help out in that way. Listen, I know a lot of you have teams in that mixer already, and a lot of people are like, yeah, but I already got a team. But if you helped out, we'd get to this break a lot sooner rather than later. We've been waiting long enough. kind of need all hands on deck, including the people who already bought teams.
Saturday for your convenience. Call 310-829-3535 or visit SMU.com to schedule your free service. And integrity driven for over 40 years. Alex Fraley's been a big leader for almost 3 weeks. Jared Hayes to the top 25
And again, at that price point, it's not an unreasonable expectation to be able to fill this by the 45-minute mark and get this break going. We just got to dig deep. Dig deep, baseball fans. Now, there are some breaks that are going to be, there are a couple breaks that are going to be canceled. That Finest Baseball we're going to cancel at the end of the night unless we sell it out, or at least get it very close to selling out. Delight I already refunded if you were wondering, if anybody was in there, the 4 people that were in that break. And again, Nancy was the last person to get into that blaster. She has the last 4 spots. So anybody want to help her out? And James and Mark and Jared Patterson and George and Kevin and Wesley, anybody want to help that entire group out? They need some help. Let's get some new faces into that blaster box. Let's get that mixer sold out. I've got both fresh cases right near me over here. I got plenty of top loaders. I got plenty of supplies here. I'm ready. I'm ready to go when you are. 25% off. That's tonight only. I'm ready. I'm ready to break. I want to break. I'm ready to break. Let's break. That NT is really close too. I can do that before my dinner break. 4 of 7 left in our last filler. 3 of the 7 spots, almost half of you are going to get extra spots. That sells out a full case break of NT football. That's a little scared money don't make money situation right there. You got to be feeling really spicy here, but I don't know. With the 3 spot giveaway, I feel like if you were on the fence about it, that's got to move the needle. All right, there you go. Sportport, 2 spots in the blaster box, helping Nancy out, down to 12. This is where we need our middle relievers. We need our middle relievers to get us from 15 down to the final 4, 5, 6 spots, somewhere around there. We need our high leverage middle relievers to get us into single digits. Well into single digits. And then we need our closers to slam the door. There he is. Thank you. Thanks, Port. Down to 12. And like I said, I will, if we get it done by around the 45-minute mark, I'm down to do the filler and the break, which is about 35 minutes, and the break before my dinner break. Otherwise, you're gonna have to wait for me to finish dinner. There you go, Dan with a spot. I'm telling you, I don't want to name names, but you know who you are. There are 10 people, right? We got about 20 spots sold outright. Half of that group actually have bought filler spots already. They already have teams. The other half, if you guys could help, people who have teams in the other half, if everyone got a spot, we'd be done. I think Dan got us, yeah, Dan gets us down to 11. So if the 10 people that already have teams in the mixer, if all 10 of those people bought 1 spot each, we'd be done. If if you want to do a little extra work. Sportport, a good sport. He says, I only got those spots to help Nancy. Yeah. At least help your fellow group breaker out. You know, yeah, I know these fillers can be kind of difficult. I know a lot of people are like, I never win these things, I avoid it. Joe, I follow your advice, Joe. I just get spots straight up. Then I get it. I won't ask too much of you there, but at least just to help. Help yourself out. All right, getting the spreadsheet set up right now. All right, look at this. Nancy appreciates Sportport appreciating Nancy. She gets 2 more spots. This is what teamwork. Teamwork makes the dream. We are now into single digits. Come on, middle relievers. Let's get us down to the final 4 or 5 spots. Then we need our closers to slam the door on this break. Let's go. You feel this momentum here? This is exactly what I'm talking about. I talk about momentum a lot, right? Because that's what we need. That's what gets a break going. Just idly standing around looking at each other, you know, hoping someone gets spots, that's not going to help. We got to work together. We got to help each other out. I've got the spreadsheet set up. I've got the box on the table. Right, I've got the giveaway part right there ready to go. I've got the baseball teams in the blank tab right there. Let's do it. All right, Wesley gets 2. Gets us down to 7. And William grabs the Bills in immaculate 1. Thank you, William. Thank you, Wesley. We're down to 7 on this. And as promised, if we get that done by the 45-minute mark, I will do it before my dinner break. Otherwise, you're going to have to wait 30, 40 minutes. Hub might have all sorts of magical tools in there, Delise. I know I had a tiny screwdriver in my cup holder.
Have an eyeglass there.
This is from my cabinet. So that means, no, I don't.
Maybe Mike has one in his back. I'm gonna look in here.
Alright, I've got one more spot.
Do consider using Dependable. Do learn what's different about Devoto. Devoto is a complete HIV treatment for some people. We do find out how many medicines are in your pill. Most HIV pills contain 3 or 4 medicines. Devoto is as effective with just 2. No other complete HIV pill contains fewer medicines than Devoto. Do look beyond the veil. Do ask your doctor.
Getting out of a little bit slump. Freddie continued on with his confidence. Freddie Freeman told Kirsten Watson in the clubhouse after last night's game, if you start thinking about individual stuff in this game, that's when things go wrong. The team is focused on taking the series lead. 4 games sit against the Rockies, and a game apiece. Colorado just taking the field on the rookie right-hander Taylor Gordon. Let's show you Nate Roberts starting line for game 3, presented by your Southern California Oakland Indians. Platani Smith, Freeman the first 3 with the best in the night off. Jasper Hernandez will get in the right field. Followed by Andy Vazquez patrolling center. Michael Conforto draws back in with bat 6. Playing left, Alex Freely. At second base, we go He has a real tough time getting to swing and miss. He throws a lot of strikes, actually. If you qualify with just 8 starts, he throws the ball into the zone more than anyone in the National League. When he flips these four seams success against the Dodgers is if they start to chase, or if they swing at his elevated fastball. That is the one place that he has found success, is with an elevated fastball. 27 was a 6th-round pick of Atlanta back in 2019, came to Colorado, along with Victor Vodnik, back in bullpen arms. And the deadline deal in 2023 was Pierce Johnson and Rose. He is coming off a victory against Arizona last Friday. Now he welcomes the reigning MVP to the batter's box, Shohei Ohtani, in his 1,000th Major League game tonight. He's also getting ready for his 10th start on the mound. But first things first, he digs in. About 3 go. Ohtani lines up first pitch down the line. Ricochets. Coming across the come in. As he stand-up clean-out double. Ohtani, the on-base streak is at 18. had as many hits last night as the previous 10 games combined. His 331 has been the expression of his count. Previous 2 innings, 3 for those 33 before holding in game 2. You think about it, coming out of the slump, a lot of times there's a school or school of some team need to use the offensive field. That's what he's been doing. Let the ball get deep. He's taking it over there in right field with his hands inside the pitch. Gordon's 1-1. Smith hits it on the ground to second. While Tommy is going to hold at second base. That's out number 1. So they got it between. If he ran it off the bat, he ran that pitch over to third. Now Lou with throw. This one that so someone played last round to go with us. Perhaps we should get on this ball for 1 second. Strike one foul back by Freddie Freeman. The last 2 years, Freddie Williams, Rockies. Gordon looks back at Ohtani, deals another 0-2 pitch. He sprays another one foul. Already climbing up the strike zone with that one, just protecting. Choking up, fastball hit with the left, something off speed, might get pulled. Takes the ball low. Fastball, slider, changeup, sprinkle, medication. On 1-2, Freeman. It's out of the way. Can't get out of the way. That hits him. 2-strike base runner for the Dodgers. Now first and second in the
All right. All right, John just picked up 2 in the random number block. So now there's only 2 left there. And gets 5 spots in the Topps Chrome filler. And Nancy, just 5 minutes ago, picked up the final 2 spots. Excellent. Sorry, I was looking for hex wrenches. Still kind of getting settled in here at the shop. All right, awesome. So that is done. We can delete that. That's down to 2. So that's maybe NT, something we can do after the dinner break. We have to get you know what? I have to do one more thing before I start this. Maybe some National Treasures football after the dinner break? Wes, we know tools as well. The boss man, Mike JASPY, is a former Navy man, a CB. CB's can do. We are well versed with tools, construction here. The one thing we don't have is a small hex wrench. That's the one thing. We have everything else except for that. We found this baby tiny Phillips head screwdriver. We found that. In fact, tools are the last thing we need. We've got multiples of many tools. What we don't have is a tiny hex wrench. And in fact, I think we had it, and I think we didn't. It's packed away somewhere. I know it's here somewhere. We just can't find it. All right, give me a quick second here. Back of the store key.
Last 2 outings coming into tonight, you really see an uptick in the trouble strikeout staff. First pitch to Biggie. Bounces the dirt ball, runs it there. Runs without a good in the last outing, but 0 walks and 7 Ks. The strikeout to walk ratio is great.
Spicy chicken strips are fried chicken and covered with many of our knowledge. Want to taste something delicious? I know what it is.
All right. Done. I had to return the old store key back to the powers that be.
Stop the second will begin with Andy Potholes, followed by Conforto and Freeman.
Hi everybody, Joe for JASPYsCaseBreaks.com coming at you with a Topps Chrome Blaster Box. This is break number 7, giving away the final 10 teams in that Topps Chrome Baseball Mixer. That's coming up in the next video. Let's do this break first. Big thanks to this group for making it happen. All 30 teams are in. Let's roll it. Randomize names and teams 5 and a 4, 9 times each. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9th and final time. Five and 4, 9 times for the teams.
First start of the series for Conforto came off the
And 9th and final time. Got the sounds of Dodgers at Rockies on in the background. They just started. All right, there's the first half of the list. Here's the second half of the list. Boom. Let's just print and rip.
Trying to be edgy.
There we go. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Austin, offshore betting on the Little League World Series, unregulated. I mean, that's why I feel like all 50 states in the United States should have well-regulated sports gambling options so we don't encourage black markets. Right, and yeah, there are definitely 1-800 numbers to call if you're actually doing that. All right, we got an all-etch Francisco Lindor and an Aaron Judge Ray Wave. That's going to be for the Yankees. That's going to go to Nancy. You should be able to use these for the buyback program. There's Sepia Jackson Merrill. Those look pretty cool. Fortune 5 Yordan Alvarez, Mason Miller. And we Jack Kakanowitz in the back over here. All right, nothing too crazy in that blaster box, but what's going to be crazy is who's going to win their way into that Topps Chrome Baseball Mixer, right? Top 10. Third of that list will get in. Top 10 after 3 and a 1, 4 times. 1, 2, 3, and good luck, 4th and final time. Now 10 through, 11 through 30, Jeremy, you're in. 11 through 30, sad times, but appreciate you getting in, but only the top 10 can advance to the next round after 4. That's gonna be Jeremy, Congrats. John, Nancy, Dan, Nancy, some of those pricier teams coming up. George, Mark, Wesley, and Nancy. Congrats to the top 10. After 4, here's how you get lined up here. Bam. So Nancy with the Tigers, Wesley with the Pirates, Mark with the Cubs, George with Seattle, Nancy with Minnesota, Dan with Arizona, Nancy with Cleveland and Philadelphia, John with the Rangers, and Jeremy with the Rays. I think as long as you're in the top 10, you're getting at least the cost of the spot back. Sometimes a lot of the cost of the spot back. There you go. I'll see you in the next video for the break. JaspysCaseBreaks.com.
Quarterback leading off the bottom of the second. The score was bulky. He started the All-Star game with the American League that
That's right, Terry. That's the buyback program. As of now, both players I think are still the overwhelming favorites to win it. You think Schwarber's gonna be MVP, hands down? Not according to the Vegas betting market. Usually they get it right.
that was on the heels of that epic home run derby display that won so 2006. Otani.
Yeah, Otani's minus 5,000. And then Schwarber's plus 1,500. And Yelich is not even on this list. Yeah, so that's a huge jump between minus 5,000 and plus 1,500. Then it's Manny Machado 100 to 1. Plus 10,000. Then it's Juan Soto, then Seiya Suzuki, then Freddie, then Francisco Lindor, Trey Turner, Ketel Marte, and Ellie De La Cruz. And in the AL, Aaron Judge, this one's a little bit tighter. Aaron Judge is minus 200, not minus 5,000 like Otani, but Aaron Judge is minus 200, and then Cal Raleigh is plus 240. And then it jumps to plus 15,000 with Tarek Skubal, then Jose Ramirez, Bobby Witt Jr., Corey Seager, Riley Green, Vlad Guerrero Jr., Nick Kurtz, Junior Caminero. Well, you're close with Kyle Schwarber. He is second in MVP vote at least on odds. Caminero Rookie of the Year, hands down. Let's see the odds for rookies of the year. Oh, sorry, I thought I had this on the screen. No, because Caminero rookie eligibility was completed last year, I think. But for the AL, it's Nick Kurtz. Yeah, he's minus 10,000. Next closest is Roman Anthony at plus 2,200. Could have been Jacob Wilson, but he injured and a little bit of a slump. And then Nick Kurtz just went bananas. No clear favorite here. Drake Baldwin is still plus 130. I guess Augustine Ramirez is kind of close at plus 2,200. Cade Horton's been picking things up. Plus 4,000. And Mizorowski was a favorite for a little bit, but he tailed off. He's at plus 6,000. Let me fill in all of your names and we'll get this break going. Nancy with the Tigers, Wesley with Pittsburgh, Mark with Chicago Cubs, George with Seattle, Nancy with Minnesota, Dan with Arizona, Cleveland, Philadelphia, Texas, Tampa Bay.
98 in the lead, 1-1. Not a lot of wasted energy from Shogun. You don't see a lot of demonstrative movements out there. You don't see him shaking his legs out, wiggling his shoulders. He's saving all the energy. He's playing both sides of the game.
But yeah, Camaro's rookie eligibility, he is having a pretty excellent season this year. I wonder if he was on a different team, maybe he'd be getting a little more MVP consideration. I don't think he'd win it, but I mean, just be more in the conversation than he is.
That's 2 strikes on Doyle. Game started around 92 degrees. We're down to about 88 degrees now. He's thrown a couple of strikes, including the last one. Checks Bertaville on second. Turns his attention to Brendan Doyle. JASPY's trying to do work the order. Except he did the freedom to go off the game correctly. He's wanting it to go to the outside corner, but the air here is so thin. You gotta start it a little bit better.
Now, with a little bit of luck, we might be able to get the second half of this done tonight. Remember, buy your team outright, 25% off. So who is last spot? Mojo here. He goes west with the Royals last night. All right, so after this, we're going to take the dinner break, and hopefully, over the dinner break, we'll have some more people picking up spots, get some breaks across the finish line. Remember, Those Finest baseball breaks are in danger of being canceled and refunded unless we either sell them out or at least get them very close to filling by the end of the night. So just keep that in mind. The announcement's been on the break schedule all day. Got one break that's already been refunded, Breakers Delight. That NT, John Jackson picked up 2 spots not too long ago, got us down to 2. We just need 2 more people bold enough to grab a spot and help fill up that NT break tonight. So hopefully we'll get some help there. All right, let's move on with this one. All right, good luck everybody. Hi everyone, Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com. We knocked out a half case Topps Chrome Baseball Mixer featuring half case of Breakers Delight and a half case of Jumbo Pick Your Team 3 from fresh cases. All card ship, a lot of great stuff in here. So let's get to it. Big thanks. So here's the Jumbo case. There's the Delight case. Big thanks to this group for making it happen. Here on Wednesday the 20th. Appreciate all of you. Wes with Last Spot Mojo. A lot of people winning their way in that blaster box break. All right, I'm gonna set the Delight case next to me right over here. Let's pop open that Jumbo case. Over there. All right, so I'm going to do the Jumbos first. Make these stacks of 4 right here. There we go. Roll the die. We'll go 1, 2, 3 for the left side, 4, 5, 6 for the right side. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're going to do the right side. Now for this side, we'll put these red squiggly marks on there so we know that they're from the same case. In each jumbo, 3 autos per box on average. And of course, if you have the Dodgers or Yankees, you've got a good shot at those MVP buybacks as well, especially if we can get some low-numbered cards. That starts to get really nice. Dodgers Rockies on in the background. Dodgers are trailing 2-0 in the top of the 3rd. Ohtani Day. Let's see if Ohtani can, hitter Ohtani can get some of those runs back for pitcher Ohtani. Ooh, I thought that was going to be a single. All right, box 1, good luck. There's our first of 3 autos in this box, and we'll do an autograph recap at the end. That's Nick York, Pirates, Wesley. That's how bad the Dodgers injury situation. We kind of had to get Buddy Kennedy off of waivers. And he's starting for the Dodgers. He's making starts, believe it or not. West went Dodgers to win, but under and under for Ohtani. Under what for Ohtani? Total bases, strikeouts. It's Connor Gillespie to 199. There's Ohtani for the buyback. Oh, look at that. Buddy Kennedy getting on base.
That's an interesting scoring here in Colorado, so I'm going to wait and figure out what this one's going to be.
Ohtani could tie the game up for pitching Ohtani with one swing of the bat. Thanks to Buddy Kennedy getting on base. Strikeouts and homers, okay. All right, we'll see what happens. There's Dylan Cruz, James Wood. And it's going to go to Jared Patterson and the Nationals. Try to find some numbered cards of these guys here. Here's another auto, Zach DeZenzo, 296 out of 299 for the Astros. That's going to be for Houston. That's going to be for Stephen Powers. Mike Bolt has the Dodgers, by the way. We'll get that Ohtani base. Try to look for parallels. And Tyler Locklear to 250, purple chrome. Seattle, that's going to go to George. Nope, Ohtani pops it up. And our third autograph, Christian Mena, 26 out of 499, Diamondbacks. That's going to go to Dan. Won that team in the filler.
We'll look to continue the hot streak that we started last night.
Austin saying the San Diego, South Carolina Little League World Series games in that. What stage are they at in this? I don't follow that too closely until pretty much at the end. Jose Ramirez, green wave to 99.
Still conserving energy for pitching because we watched him when he gets the ball back from Will Smith. He's on the mound, moving very slowly on purpose, conserving energy.
Jose Ramirez will be Cleveland. This is for you, Nancy.
Completely locked in with, I got to get to third when you're just playing as an everyday player. Compared to pitching today, a little shorter secondary lead, a little bit more conservative on the base path.
All right, second jumbo. Well, the finals are Sunday, so we're in the final stages. We don't have TVs here yet, so we've not been really as plugged in as we usually are. All right, onwards, next box, next three autos. Here's Jacob Wilson Refractor. That might be a variation. Yeah, I think it is. That's an image variation. That's a nice one for John Jackson and the A's. He'll probably win a batting title someday. He was on his way to do it before some injuries and a little slump. I think he's coming back soon though.
On 3-2, and he takes off. Smith takes strike 3, and he doing.
And there's Dylan Dingler, 153 out of 499. Tigers, Nancy with the Tigers.
My name is Gail, and we are in my showroom. It's a Solar Spire Design House. We are a full production wedding and event company that focuses on florals.
Nice, Terry. Dylan Dingler had won your parlay today. Excellent. Thanks, Dylan. We appreciate it.
Had it set up within an hour, and I was online and ready to go and run my business. You know, I have to be able to be online at 5 a.m. when the market's open, and if I'm contacting a merchant via email or placing an order online without the spectrum, it wouldn't be possible.
And there's Sean Reynolds. Rookie auto for Jesse and the Padres.
Last year, when the really bad hurricane came through, our internet stayed the entire time. One of the businesses down the street, she was like, wait a minute, how are you still online? I was like, Spectrum, baby.
So there's the regular Jacob Wilson. The base, the non-variation. And there's Jacob Loss to $2.99. That's for Toronto, that'll be for Coppola. And Debbie Matthews is your third auto of the box. Nancy with the Twins. Another base Ohtani for Mike and the Dodgers. There's Ohtani back on the mound. Wow, South Carolina scored 6 in the bottom of the 7th to win it. Yeah, that's gotta be tough for the other side. Wow, Coach's son hit a walk-off 2-run double.
Air traffic up there. And stuff towards the top deck. Only 2 games so far. Clinton all the way. Now we're good. Good stuff, to be honest. Not Don't leave here.
All right, next box. Brian Hayes, $2.99. Howard Players Ohtani.
Back in the day, if he has binoculars, I'm thinking he's trying to give away pitches. But not going to do a pitch count.
And Zach Penrod is our first auto of the box, Boston, Mark.
Hook to the bar away. Get there. Fastball at 96. 23 pitches thrown in the second inning for Shohei. Lead off.
The base Dylan Cruz for Jared and the Nats.
Short. That one just hit a little bit harder. How different is that second inning. Then a hard hit single for Moniak. Double from Doyle.
Here's Isaac Collins.
Bravo and Kennedy here. 2 on and 3.
I'm not sure where he's.
Body language is red.
I don't think he's in the Rookie of the Year conversation, but he's been playing pretty well for the Brewers, Zach.
If you're doing poorly, you're bored and not engaged. I just think he is just so poised and thinking about what he's trying to do, but mainly also serving.
You got that black and white variation there.
There's nothing boring about his mechanics. He is locked in, repeating them, and aggressively getting into his legs.
And Jackson Jobe for Nancy and the Tigers.
Bouncer over his head. Fielded at second by Freeland. That's a
Won that team in the filler.
full time. Keeps the deficit at 2.
Congrats, Nancy. I don't think these are part of the buyback program, but we'll top load it just in case. This commercial is going to drive me crazy. I don't know if you guys hear it in the background, but it's been playing like once every commercial break. Like, no one's making commercials anymore. Can't sell other ads. Here's a home field advantage, Gunnar Henderson. I think those are generally short prints, maybe case hits. That's George with the Orioles. Nice. Looks nice. Bye, guys. I've never been to Baltimore. I want to at some point. I want to go to that baseball stadium, but I'm pretty sure that home field advantage card is pretty accurate. Here is Julian Aguilar, or Aguiar, no L. Reds, that's going to be for Stephen Powers and the Redlegs. Here's a nice early 90s Dylan Cruz. Ooh, nice. Out of 2025, Terry? Terry's building a home field advantage set. There's a base rookie. How many cards are in that set? Alright, last jumbo. And how many of the 40? And how many of the 40 do you have? That's a fun set to build. Nice. Great progress. 26 of the 40. Well, if anybody in the chat has some 2025 home field advantage cards, let Terry know in the chat. You might have one that he needs. Do those sell well on the secondary market? I mean, they're obviously like, they're obviously trying to emulate the downtown vibe. And I know downtowns sell very well. Very well, all right, nice. And if you have a set, man. Here's an Aaron Judge. It's gonna be for Jordan and the Yankees. Ronald Acuna Jr. to 250, James Wood. Power players insert for Jared and the Nationals. The Acuna Jr. will go to Wesley and the Braves. Base Roki, James Wood, Fortune 5.
I'll tell you this.
Gunner, just 30 bucks raw. That's not bad. Not bad at all.
Every day. What's another reason people
For like what, non-rookie Gunner, right? I think his rookie year was last year. Yeah, that's not too bad.
running away from a 3-game series helps you concentrate and win the game and really engage on every single pitch? Then think about that. If thinking about that distracts you, then think about what you need to think about to be locked in. Everybody
Our players Otani.
big sweet big miss, 2 balls and a strike. I used to pre-play. People were cheering me.
William Contreras, 131, 181 out of 199. It's going to be for the Brew Crew. That'll be for Zach. People asking for $100 plus for a Shohei home field advantage.
Ball goes off the wall, Freddie did a nice job. Being about 6-8 feet from second base. All of a sudden, that ball is a drop or off the wall.
Here's Nick Sogar, 160 out of 199. Aqua Wave for Mark and the Red Sox. You know, Mark? Nice Jacob Wilson. Excuse me. That's the
First pitch to Paje.
something space etch.
Is taken low. And he just 2 hits.
Something etch. It's a short print
Keep the bat back up.
for the A's. That's going to be for John Jackson. Shadow etch. Thank you, Wesley. Shadow etch. The shadow knows.
Dodger fans came into the game for this whole series.
Yeah. People love the shadow etches.
Engaged. It feels like a golf tournament right now. Just a little buzz. Just a very small amount of energy right now. But a great room.
And we got Christian Campbell, another Red Sox autograph from Mark. One of their what, future cornerstones of the organization. Yeah, it kind of came out of nowhere, I feel like.
This year than he did last his rookie season. This is 23rd.
All right, and there's Glaber Day right there. All right, great. That's the jumbo. Now we're doing half a case of Delight. Same drill here. With the jumbo, we'll go 1, 2, 3 for the left side, 4, 5, 6 for the right side, and it's 3. We're gonna go left side. Yeah, our pack with too many hits, Austin.
Borderline on the edge. This one is a little bit more in the meat of the plate where he could have pulled it or hit it out towards center field a long way.
Are you? Terry, it's only the top of the 4th. We're not even halfway through this game yet. It's not like they have Cy Young on the mound right now. Not like their bullpen's full of Randy Johnsons, or Mariano Rivera's actually. We've got a redemption in here. Where are my 2 autos? They are right there. No Mookie in the lineup for some reason, Terry. And Michael Conforto got the start as well. All right, we got a Bobby Wood Jr. and we got gold Paul Skeens and a red Jordan Alvarez. Stephen Powers got the Astros straight up and gets the 5 out of 5 red geometric Jordan Alvarez. All aboard the Big Hit Express. That's sweet. That is nice. So is this Bobby Witt Jr. That's going to go to Wesley Royals, last spot mojo. The Ultraviolet All-Stars. Right here, and it's hiding on his foot. Right down there. I know the geometric pattern kind of hides that number a little bit. And the gold Skeens will also go to Wesley. All right, Purple Trevor Story is going to help us out. The live auto is Daniel Schneeman. Cleveland, this is for you. Nancy with the Guardians. And the redemption, bam, Cam Smith, Astros. Nice break, nice box for the Stros right here. Makes it a nice break too, Steven. The big prospect for the Cubs that went the other way in that Kyle Tucker deal. A lot of big upside here. And Mark with the Red Sox will get that Trevor Story who's having a solid season this year. Okay. Another box. And remember, second half in the store, 25% off the remaining teams. We could do the second half tonight. Ooh, I feel like we got some things happening here. Things that I don't like are happening here as well. All right. So a few of these cards, you can kind of see they have like a little dent on the corner. There's Darren Baker for the Nationals 99. I think they're in the autograph spots too. Sometimes that happens in the packing process. Kind of seeing those corners right there. Right, it's got their bent down a little bit. That sucks. Oh, Jacob Wilson looks okay. No, Jacob Wilson doesn't look okay. Come on. You see right there where it lifts up a little bit. It's going to go to John Jackson and the A's. John, I'm going to send you, oh, here's some autographs here. I'm going to send you one of these wrappers and then the box. Should be able to talk to someone at top. There's like customer service numbers on the back here. And we have the evidence on this video right here to see if they could do anything for you. And all aboard the Big Hit Express. Woo-hoo. All right, here's a Ty Madden. Same issue there. That's rookie auto for Detroit. That's going to be for Nancy. Tanner Gordon's going to go to the Rockies. That'll be for Todd. And here's an Ozzie Albies to 50. That has a similar issue as well. Braves. How's that Nacho Alvarez? That actually looks okay. But that's another short print / case hit here. I think these fall one per case. It's the radiating rookies for Wesley. But usually, a lot of times, it needs to be stamped in the back, but that barcode should help. I don't know, but They'll do something. Yeah, what are you doing, Shohei? All right, onwards. You're welcome, John. Yeah, sometimes it depends on the card. Something like that, they might try to reprint, but they usually aren't able to reprint it until, because they're not just going to reprint one card. You got sheets of these cards going through the factory, so it's kind of hard to do that. So then generally they wait until Topps Chrome 2026 comes around, where they're using the similar material and everything, and then they'll just have a sheet that would, that would be the sheet that would be the new card. This one looks good. All the corners are clean here. They either do that, or most people don't want to wait that long, so they'll usually try to give you something back in return that might be a similar value or something. I don't know. I've heard different people get different results out of their conversations. It's Jesse Winker to 99, Wyatt Langford to 50. Also, I think it might depend on how nice you are to them. I think some people call them and they go in hot. That usually doesn't work. All right, so the Wyatt Langford to 50 will go to the Rangers. That's John. The Jesse Winker will go to the Mets. That'll be for Steven. Last two autos behind Gustavo is Isaac Collins. Nice. 40 out of 499 refractor autograph for Zach and the Brew Crew. I disagree, Terry. I think it's a great idea that he's pitching. That's what you pay him for. That's what he's built for. That's what he wants. Although we should take him out of the game now after that comebacker. You don't buy a Ferrari, Terry. You don't buy a Ferrari and drive it 10 miles per hour. Here's Daniel Schneemann, 159 out of 299. Cleveland, Nancy. And that's our final autograph. There's Gustavo to 299. Now, he's a big boy, Terry. How many times in his life has he gotten comebackers? Well, I would take him out of the game, though, but he's going to shake it off. He'll be fine. And there's your break. Here's a recap. There's the camps. We got a lot of nice stuff here. The Jordan, some case hits, the Jacob Wilson. So a lot of nice stuff here. The home field advantage. And there you go. That's mixer number 3. Second half in the store. I feel like we got a lot of big hits to be pulled in the second half. So get after it. JaspysCaseBreaks.com. I'm Joe, and I'll see you next time for the next one. Bye. No, that's not too much risk, Terry. That's what we got him for.
Dodgers are down 4-0. At the course to only one out. We're not hitter winner. Goes back on a strike. He's on the bunt.
Yeah, I actually would have taken him out here, but in general, I don't mind him hitting and pitching. I mean, at some point, I feel like on the back end of the contract, he'll have to pick one or the other. I feel like for the next few seasons or so, fully expect him to do both.
Attempted a breaking ball to strike. The left hitter kind of left it near the middle of the plate. That's the line drive that hit it. There's activity now in the Dodger bullpen. Eduardo Enriquez is just starting to throw. Big two-strike pitch, the top of the order on deck. Ground into Ohtani. Splits around.
There you go. Ohtani looks fine. Look at that. Nice catch, good spin move. Gets it to the catcher, gets him in a rundown. He's moving fine.
Shohei could have wheeled and gone to second and attempted the double play.
Gilo, what's going on?
Down 4-0. Now you've got to think about going for the double play. There was a chance there to get two. Possibly if you're running it back, you throw the ball to third and you tag the guy coming over, but I think they got it done what needed to be done. Turns over, takes a sweeper outside. Rockies are 2 runs in the second, 2 more here in the fourth. One out to try and get a ball against Ohtani.
Yeah, he's not looking good today.
It's a 5-0 Colorado lead.
But we gotta remind Terry.
Nice job being aggressive when Shohei throws strikes. This one.
You know what kind of pitcher he is. He's got a lifetime 38-19 record. Right, 640 strikeouts over 505 innings. That's over a strikeout per inning, 11.4 per inning.
Still needs one more out to get through the fourth. Ezekiel Tovar.
I mean, lifetime 3.03 ERA. You can't keep that in the garage. But every pitcher's gonna have a bad day. Chris Sale has had bad days. Jacob deGrom, Garrett Cole has bad days.
Last season, Ohtani 99.
Well, Ohtani's coming back from an injury. Just looking at 20 small sample size, I think is unfair. He hasn't had a real regular rehab start. He kind of did it in season.
Still not even close down to reach for the Dodgers. Just shut them down here, get the dugout, regroup.
Right, so he's still working his way back. He's not even qualifying for wins. But still, 32 Ks over 23 innings, 3.47 ERAs, pretty solid compared to the rest of the league, and a 1.11 whip. Yeah, I think he's doing just fine, considering the circumstances. I don't know. I think it's probably better to start him, right? Because what if you warm him up, then warm him? When is he going to warm up and warm back down? Right? What if he's warming up because we need him in the bullpen, but then but then like, you know, what happens when Dodgers score a bunch of runs and you don't need him, and then they give up a bunch of runs, and do you warm him back up again? And when does he do that? In between at bats? Well, I mean, if he's not qualifying for him, why would you even put him out there? Well, these are technically rehab starts, and you know they're just gradually. Actually, the first few starts are rehab starts, and they're just very gradually building him up. Right now, they want to keep him at about 4 innings, 50 pitches. They'll probably expand that a little more, getting closer to the playoffs, and then they'll just go say you can pitch as long as you want in the playoffs. They're just taking it slow, Terry. They're just taking it slow. Since he's not getting traditional rehab starts to get fully stretched out, and he's doing it while he's hitting, you know, I think they're definitely sitting there trying to not overcook it going into September. I mean, you have to build them up somehow, and I think, and not put them in the minors to do rehab starts. So I think they're kind of threading that needle. I think they're doing all right. I think they've been managing his pitches and his innings pretty well. I think that was just one game, Gilo. He wasn't closing the entire World Baseball Classic. I think that was the World Baseball Classic final inning, final game of the tournament, no other game. So I think that's why they brought him out there. And he was like, all right, you know, I'll just warm up. If you remember, his upside could be a generational pitcher as well, Terry. That's how good he is. Right, exactly, G. He might have had his final at bat anyway, and probably wasn't going to come up. So yeah, if it's like Game 7 of a World Series or something like that, you know, and in the right circumstance, they might bring Ohtani out as a closer if it was his turn to pitch. But I think that's the interesting thing that they're going to navigate.
Never really out of the Coors, but he just showed some signs of life. Especially against his Rocky staff in the month of August. Rockies pitchers have an ERA of 8.13, and the starters specifically have given up at least 7.
All right, let me grab a few orders before I step away here. Well, I don't know about 400 strikeouts, but I think there was that one year where he was pretty much going toe-to-toe with Justin Verlander for Cy Young. I don't know what a 50-50 season would be. I don't think he'd make enough starts to even get to 400 Ks or like a triple crown. But he got close that one year. I think a lot of guys are going to get like... And a lot of guys are going to have more starts than him by the end of the season. But I don't know. What is an equivalent of a 50-50 season for a pitcher? Might be strikeouts and wins or something like lead the league. And I mean, I think a triple crown probably makes a little more sense, right? Lead the league in wins, strikeouts, and ERA. That's pretty hard. I don't know if Clayton's done it once. Well, 30 wins will never happen again. Shohei, few pitchers get 30 starts, let alone 30 wins. That's just not going to happen. But maybe winning percentage, you might be able to compare like the guys who used to start 45 games a year and win 30 wins. You might try to compare winning percentage as opposed to actual wins. That might be a metric. All right, Clayton gets the Browns in immaculate 1, 2, and 3. That drops tomorrow.
side and Times hit by a comebacker.
Tristan gets 15 in the Donruss Hobby Pack. That's the filler for Sapphire Basketball. Tristan also gets 2 full spots in that Sapphire break. So it's just Nancy and Tristan in that break so far. And about 40 minutes ago, Thomas picked up a spot in that Donruss filler pack. So it's been 40 minutes since the last order. Pretty much when I started that baseball break. So I'm gonna step away for dinner. I think we timed it perfectly here. Yeah, maybe NT. There's only 2 left in that big filler. And if you buy a spot, you got a chance to win a spot, which is almost half of those 7 spots. So if you're feeling spicy, that could be the break we can do when we come back. No more, no other random number blocks. We're all done.
Pitch number 70 from Gordon. This is downstairs, a bonus strike.
And that sells out the break. Maybe I'll kind of put that up towards the top, highlight that. I think everyone's agreeing that Finest should be refunded. Nobody wants Finest baseball, right? We'll refund that tonight. We'll cancel and refund tonight. So if you want to support, who are the bold souls who got spots in that? Yannick got 2 in that random number block. It's $500. Troy got a spot. John Jackson got 2. We need to find 2 more. And then 3 of the 7, almost half of you are going to get extra spots. And then we break NT. So think about it. I'll be back in about half an hour or so. So think about it, and if you're feeling spicy, grab a spot.
Right field since this series began, especially last night, but might be looking to try to get the head out on one, pull it to left field in the air. The mound is at first for Gordon. Smith is 0 for 2. He struck out looking in the third.
Two trash. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I don't know that he open it. But I think he was talking to Mary or somebody at the end before they left, so maybe they sorted that out. Ohtani is limping. He's a big boy. He'll be fine. Terry. It's not like he's Tyler Glass now. You know, he's built differently. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. Not made of glass. Okay. Sure, yeah, go for it. If you guess it, $20 a break credit. All right, so Steve, or the only order I have, and the only order I got in the last hour and 15 minutes is from Steve, who got 2 spots in the in that Leaf football break. That's it. That's not enough to sell out a break, ladies and gentlemen. What are we doing here? Let's get something else going. Yeah, that NT is just 2 more spots away. That's it. There it is right there. Last random number block. We upped that giveaway, guys and gals. We upped the giveaway from 2 random number block spot giveaways to 3. Almost half of you are gonna get extra spots. But just 2 orders in the last hour and 15 minutes is not encouraging. But since I'm back, 2 spots left, sells out the break. Not duck fat fries. No, not chicken ramen. Wish we had like a stovetop to do that. Be nice little snack during the cooler months. Right, no, yeah, you might have to start making some more PB&J sandwiches from home. Yeah, I'm more concerned, in this particular game, I'm a little more concerned about the hitting as opposed to the pitching, Terry. This was Ohtani's first start ever at Coors Field, believe it or not. I think the numbers bear out that it's not usually a good place to make your pitching debut. First time through is a little rough, but I'm more annoyed with the hitting than I am with Ohtani. Start. You know what else is concerning, Terry? Another stat I saw yesterday. Since the All-Star break, the Dodgers and Rockies, I think, have the same record. So, I mean, it takes some getting used to. I mean, Ohtani pitched in Cincinnati for the first time this season. He wasn't used to it. He got some cramps, you know, I think in his legs or something like that. And just all new learning experience. I mean, he's never pitched at altitude. At this kind of altitude, you know, learning experience. Stuff doesn't spin the same way out there. But the Dodgers bat should be doing better than this. Now it is the Coors Field, it is Rockies, you know, so, you know, the Dodgers can easily explode for, Jinx, could easily explode for like 6-7 runs in an inning, so things can change fast, but, so I'm not panicking just yet. But it's the hitting that's the issue, but it's going to be tough when you're not starting Mookie Betts, You got Alex Freeland, a young kid out there, Buddy Kennedy, Miguel Rojas, Michael Conforto. 5 of the, those 5 guys getting the start. Buddy Kennedy, Miguel Rojas, Michael Conforto, Alex Freeland. Almost half the line, no Mookie Betts, almost half the lineup is kind of light hitters. Should be. Teo hit a home run. He did a solo shot, got him on the board. Got him on the board at least, yeah. I don't know, maybe it's the old thing where like the Dodgers are playing down to their competition and the Rockies are acting like this is their World Series. Since they don't have too much to play for in the regular season. Want to stick it to their division rivals. Oh, Gila wants to talk real baseball teams. I see. How about them Royals? Tied? Are they going to walk it off here? Sounds like all the injured Dodgers are starting to make their way back, doing rehab assignments. That's good. That's going to be some reinforcements. That's right. Thankfully, the baseball season doesn't end tonight, Terry. Still got 6 weeks to go. All right, nice. Stephen K just picked up 2 in Sapphire. So that's going to cancel a filler. I'm going to add 3 spots back in.
That's for sure. Easy fly ball on the left off the bat. Second off the second thing is.
Now I know it's a pricey product, but this is only 2 spots away. I just need 2 people to get a spot each and get us across the finish line, get us to Breaksville. Who's going to be bold enough to do this? Phil's National Treasures football. There's no other thing we got to do, right? There's no additional filler. There's no extra number block or extra thing we got to do. No full spots that we got to sell out. Just those 2 random number block spots, and that is it. We're only selling 7 of the 10 spots outright. 3 of the 7 spots can get there.
That's 1, 2, 3, 7. Worked by Paul Gervais. Remains 6-1 Colorado.
I mean, right now, Stephen K, I'll be honest with you, my focus is on NT. We'll pivot to that Topps Chrome Sapphire though later tonight. But I want to get this NT done so we can clear the runway for immaculate football tomorrow. 2 left here. 2 left. Sells out NT football. There's a link is in the chat. Scared money don't make money. Involves really nice teams. Falcons, Commanders, Bears, Patriots, Chiefs. The other 2 random number blocks already done. I've got the case right next to me right here. Full case, ready to go. I think I've got all the supplies that I need for this break. I just need 2 bold souls to grab spots. 1 spot each. Listen, it's not like we've sold 0 spots. If you're wondering, hey, is anyone actually buying those spots for $500? You might be thinking to yourself, the answer is yes. Yannick has 2 spots. Troy has a spot. John Jackson has 2 spots. So we got 3 people looked at it and was like, yep, that's worth it to me. So if you need a little extra convincing, if other people are involved. Cleaning up that NT spreadsheet right now, so if it sells out fast, you can just dive right into it. Green Bay, Cincinnati, Tennessee.
Instead, it would be Alex Call pinch hitting for Otani. Reminder, Otani is scheduled to be off tomorrow. Roberts said that before today's game. And on the mound, it didn't go great for Shohei tonight. 4 innings, 5 earned runs, and 9 hits. And he took a line drive with 94 miles per hour off his right leg. Stayed in the game and then had a plate appearance after that. This is what happened in case you missed it.
Where did I think it hit him in the thigh?
This is right leg, which is your back leg as a pitcher, but it is your front leg.
Probably has a really bad Charlie horse.
Could be possibly one of the reasons that they
If it hit off like bone, I think that would be definitely concerning.
disastrous 4th for the Dodgers, which Otani gave up a career high 5 consecutive hits and 6 hits in that 1 inning. Never happened before for him as a starting pitcher in Major League Baseball. And with the offense being as listless as it has been all night, perhaps the scoreboard 6-1, Roberts seeing an opportunity to get Otani off of his
Oh, sold out?
down on strikes.
Or is it in a filler?
I think it's a balancing act there.
Woo!
Guessing on why the exact
Wow.
pitch hit proves that
Stephen K with both spots.
whole equation of scoreboard getting hit on the leg.
All right, there we go. Thanks to Stephen. She gone. That's definitely a scared money don't make money situation. Good luck, man. Ooh.
Bonus strike on Smith, who will be the DH tomorrow. Figures to be the DH with Otani down. is 0 for 3 with a strikeout.
All right, 2 dice rolls in this one. One for the giveaway part, those 3 spots, and the other for randomizing you the number.
305.
Hi everybody, Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com. We did it. We knocked out the final random number block to unlock that NT football break. Pick your team number 6 coming up in the next video if you're looking for that. This one features some really nice teams. Scared money don't make money. There are the numbers right there. Here are the people that are not scared. Yannick, Troy, John, Steven, good luck. Top 3 are gonna get extra spots. That'll come in handy. Top 3 after 2 and a 2 for the hard way. 1, 2, 3, and 4. We got Troy, John, and Yannick after 4 extra spots going your way. All right, now that we got the whole list set up, we've got 10 spots. Now let's randomize you a number. Let's roll it, randomize it, 1 and a 3, 4 times. 1, 2, 3, and 4th and final time. Steven down to Yannick. 1 and a 3, 4 times for the numbers. Good luck. 1, 2, 3, and 4. We got 5 down to 3. All right, Steven, you got 5. Troy with 4, Yannick with 9, John with 1, Yannick with 6, John with 8, Steven with 2, Troy with 7, John with 0, Yannick with 3. Let's order these numerically.
Nowhere near complete.
And we're going to see you in the next video for the break itself. JaspysCaseBreaks.com. Bye.
Learn about adopting a teen at adoptuskids.org.
All right. Regretting it all. I mean, you still got a good draw, though. You're in train whistle zone, Steven. You're in train whistle zone. All right, look at those 2 extra spots. Ended up in the 7-9 spot. No one likes those. Or so they say. So they tell me. You know what? I don't know. I should look at that at some point. Although I think we've changed email accounts for the group breaks at a certain point. So that might not be the true, accurate, oldest spreadsheet. I mean, I'll tell you, the oldest spreadsheet is probably fall of 2014. I think that's when I came on board and started doing live streams in earnest, and we started using the spreadsheet system way back then. That's right, yeah. Actually, it was the World Series year.
wasn't the, you know, the offensive production wasn't there. There were times where the bullpen health and production wasn't there. There were times when the health of the rotation and the production wasn't there. And there's been times with base running and defense, specifically throwing the ball to the right, has not been there. And so when you have all those different parts that have not always been consistent, it's hard to put consistent winning formula together. And I suppose what makes it more difficult to find is the fact that this is fine, right? And it just makes the catch go back to first under 2-8. Is that this is not a team like the clubhouse of the Rockies, which bunch of young guys trying to figure it out. So when you have those learning experiences, okay, well, he was trying to do too much there through to the wrong base, right? Then it happens again, and it happens again, and it happens again, and then again. It becomes a little bit more mystifying, and it adds the frustration level. So that's something that the team's going to have to figure out down the stretch, because you said it, they've said it, it's go time. We're talking about mid-30s games left. We're talking about possibly a one-game lead in the National West, but you own the tiebreaker. But if you end up with the third winning percentage as far as a division winner, you end up in a 3-game series, and those are really interesting returns. One more out to get here, the bottom of the 8th, total bar at the 30. Prior to nothing in one. I will say, though, it has been one of the most interesting seasons that we've had, especially this time of year, because there are so many storylines, there are so many things that we're watching that people are doing at a fantastic level, like Ohtani, and Freddie Freeman and Will Smith challenging for batting title, and, you know, Clayton Kershaw pitching out of his mind, where we just were hoping he would be healthy. Just different things, and then...
All right, Matt Arnold just sold out that Leaf Glory of the Game football break. I will post another one. It's just 4 items in there. 2 autos, 2 relics.
Every game, every bit of news of who's getting healthy and how are they doing.
We just are only a couple boxes into a fresh case, so we keep working through those throughout the night. There's the case.
This is like really interesting baseball. This is really first and second, 2 outs now, which are good. I mean, there's a chance the Dodgers will have 4 million people and win the West by a game. Or a tie, but get in, win the West because the tiebreaker, and draw 4 million. Rockies have hit the ball hard at times. They have looped it in many times tonight. But if you were going to evaluate this game on paper prior to the first week, pitch with Ohtani on the mound, you would say huge advantage. Probably going to win this game with what we saw on paper.
All right.
That's not happening here in the bottom of the 8th.
Yeah, I mean, that would be nice. If every number hits, that would be ideal. Okay. Well, ready or not, here we go. Turn down the volume on a couple of these things here. Got the case. I need all the printouts. Right there. All right, here we go. Good luck. Hi everybody, Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com. We knocked out a full case break of 2024 Panini National Treasures football. Pick your team number 6. Big thanks to a lot of people here for grouping together on this group break. First of all, a thank you to the people who bought their teams just straight up. That's always very helpful. Monty, you ended up with Last Spot Mojo. And then we ended up pulling the remaining teams for 3 different random number blocks. But thanks everybody here for getting your team straight up. Now, as you can see, there are 3 different random number blocks. One with Denver, one with Miami, one with Atlanta, etc., etc., etc. We did 3 separate number blocks over a couple nights. So here's the results of this one. All right, so serial number style break only applying to that group of teams right there. Here's the second one. And here is the third one. This was the priciest of the 3. Some of you winning extra spots there with those rooftop symbols. Not sure where I'm going to put that. I'll put that to my left over here. Okay. All 4 boxes. Empty box. Here it is. Good luck. All right, here we go. Good luck, everyone. As always, thank you. Appreciate you filling this up. Let's use a blank card here. We're gonna slow play the hits a little bit. There's 11 out of 25. Josh Allen starts things off. And it's gonna go to Troy and the Bills. Got the Bills straight up. Steve Young, 14 out of 25. That'll be for the Niners. It's going to go to Wesley. He picked up the Niners straight up. First relic is Breece Hall, Century Materials. Numbers on the back, 15 out of 99. Jets. Michael picked up the Jets outright. Here is A.J. Brown, 61 out of 99 for the Eagles. That'll be for Wesley, the Fly Eagles Fly. .42 out of 49, Jermaine Burton. Colossal relic for the Bengals. The Bengals are a random number block team. That's part of the Miami group. So if you're not familiar with how this works, I'll show you right now. We go by, not by the 4, we go by the 2. So spot 2, we'll get 42 out of whatever, 52 out of whatever, 2 out of whatever, so on and so forth. 2 out of 5, 92 out of 99, so on and so forth. So Cincinnati 2, it's going to be for Terry. We've got a book coming up too. Here's a Jaden Daniel rookie relic. That's for the pricier random number block group. And that is 77 out of 99. And that'll be Troy with the number 7. And the book is Rookie Jumbo Prime signature booklets, Dalton Kincaid. Nice, there's his auto. Big piece of the jersey right there. That is going to be for Troy. Picked up the Bills straight up. So getting rewarded in the filler and getting rewarded for the spot you bought straight up. Thank you, Troy. Here is Charlie Joyner, 43 out of 99. Lasting Legacies. Jersey and autograph. Old Charger going to that Denver random number block group. So Denver 3. It's going to be for Mark. Or Chargers 3 in the Denver group. Got a thick one here. Nate Wiggins. 10 out of 49. 3-color jersey and autograph, that RPA going to Wesley and the Ravens. All right, last one here is Brian Thomas Jr. 3 out of 5. Nobody wanted the Jaguars straight up. That's part of the Denver, Jacksonville, etc. group. So number 3, Jacksonville 3 is going to be Mark. Congrats. And all aboard the Big Hit Express. Box 1, done. Good start. Box 2. A little bit of a thicker box here, I think. We got, looks like a couple books in here. Makes it look a little bit fatter. All right, good luck everybody, here we go. 5 out of 10, Ramondre Stevenson, Patriots. Patriots were part of the Atlanta group, and that's gonna be for New England 5. It's gonna be for Stephen K. Jim Harbaugh, 86 out of 99. Chargers 6. I mean, this group over here. Nick, Chargers 6. Here's Michael Vick. Century Materials, 55 out of 99. That's another number 5 for Stephen K. Last Spot Mojo. Quad Relic, Matthew Stafford, Kieran Williams, that's Kobe Turner, and Byron Young. 32 out of 99 for the Rams. Jose picked up the Rams straight up.
what the Dodgers have done is force their closer Victor Bachman to get up with the bullpen.
3-color triple relic, Jermaine Burton. 11 out of 49. Colors pop nicely there on a thicker cardstock. That is for Cincinnati, and Cincinnati is part of that Miami random number block group. Cincinnati 1, Hans. Here is a nice rookie dual relic to 25, Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams. But I think they're part of the same number block group. They are. So no randomizer. It's just going to go to the number 4. And that's for Troy. Congrats, Troy. That's awesome. That's nice. All right. The book, good luck, is a Lion, and that's Hendon Hooker, 92 out of 99. That's from 2023, by the way. I was like, love that. That lion shade of blue is always nice. Detroit, who's got Detroit? Wesley has Detroit. All right, Robert Brooks, 30 out of 49. Packers, Green Bay, part of the random number block group for Miami, the Miami group. It's 30 out of 49, so Hans with number 0. Another book is more Green Bay. Marshawn Lloyd, 65 out of 99. There you go. We got a little extra here. 2 colors here. $65 out of 99. Green Bay 5. It's gonna be for Terry. Last spot mojo. All right, one more here. It is JJ McCarthy. It's 95 out of 99, and it was John Jackson who picked up the Vikings straight up. Nice RPA. This is what we want to see out of here. Scared money don't make money. All right, not done yet. 2 more boxes to go. I hope so. I want some more heat out of here. All right, got another book on the bottom. I don't know if that's going to be an autograph or just a relic, but we'll find out. Here's 18 out of 75, John Elway. Denver 8. It's going to be for Hans. Terrell Suggs, 51 out of 99. That will be for the Ravens. That's going to go to Wesley. Jim McMahon, Century Materials for Da Bears. Bears are a random number block team. 18 out of 99, Chicago 8 will be for John Jackson. Here is Mahomes, Patrick Mahomes. That's 70 out of 99, Chiefs. Part of the Atlanta group. Chiefs 0 is going to be for John as well. Jalen Wright, 41 out of 99, dual relic for Miami. That's going to be part of that Miami random number block group. And number 1 is going to be for Hans. Nice color here, Rome Odunze, 4 out of 25. Chicago 4 is going to be for Troy. Here's Larry Brown, 22 out of 99 for Dallas. Wesley picked up the Cowboys straight up. Here's Willie Galt, 2 out of 25 for the Bears. Bears 2 is going to be Stephen K. Here is Malachi Corley, rookie NFL gear signatures, dual relic and autograph. Jets, Michael, got the Jets straight up. $85 out of 99. And the book it. Rookie first edition signatures booklet. 32 out of 99, Spencer Rattler. Thomas Brown got the Saints outright. 3-color patch and autograph. Now Thomas hopes that he's announced as QB1. He starts the season off hot, becomes hobby hot. I don't have any more slide. Oh, I do have one last slider box for this. Congrats. All right. Final box coming up. I got an auto on top. And that auto is going to be, that's Benson Oak. It's, I think it goes this way here. That's 69 out of 82. His jersey number. Washington 9 is going to be for Yannick. Nice color there in that patch. Here is Joe Montana, 32 out of 99. Jersey and auto, lasting legacy. Are the autos popping first? Did someone pack this in reverse? Niners, Wesley picked up the Niners straight up. Yeah, I think it's packed in reverse. Here's 60 out of 75, Terry Bradshaw. Steelers, that's going to be for Alan Matsui. Here's Joe Milton III, 35 out of 99. Patriots 5 is going to be for Steven. Here is a Earl Campbell, 25 out of 25, dual relic for the Oilers. Treasures of the Hall. Oilers stuff, of course, transfer over to Tennessee. And that will be for the Miami random number block group, so that'll go to Tennessee 5. That's for Terry, Last Spot Mojo. Here is Justin Jefferson, 56 out of 99. John with Minnesota. Here is Travis Etienne Jr. We'll give that 2 colors. Jaguars. Jaguars are part of the Denver, Jacksonville, etc. number block groups. That'll go to Jaguars 4. Nick M with the number 4. Oh, nice dual relic. 9 out of 25. Caleb Williams, Rome Odunze. A lot of nice color popping out of there. That could be that new offense being installed. That could be a great tandem, an excellent tandem this year. We want to hear Williams to Odunze all season long. That's going to go to Chicago 9. That's Yannick with Chicago 9. Here is Rasheen Ali, 1 out of 25. Rookie auto for the Ravens. All right, 2 more autos to go. Ravens, Wesley picked up the Ravens straight up once again. Here is Sam Hartman, 17 out of 25. It's going to be Commander 7. And that'll be for Troy. All right, last one. I know those other autos popped early. It was a little anticlimactic, but let's see if we got a big one here. It is 98 out of 99, Luke Schoonmaker. 2-color patch, an autograph, green foil on there. And that is not 98 out of 69. It is 69 out of his jersey number 86. So that'll be for Dallas. Dallas is Wesley. Picked up the Cowboys straight up. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That is your break. Pick your team 6 in the books. Keep your eye out for more NT football in the store. You know the monster that these kind of breaks can produce, so keep chasing. Thanks for watching, everyone. I'm Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com, and I'll see you next time for the next break. Bye-bye. All right, yeah, sorry, Noah. Thought there would be some Giants in there. There usually is. Sometimes they'll drop some old school guys in there.
There's some swelling there, so it was in the thigh, fortunately, and not off the knee.
Well, that's good.
They got him square, and so right now he's getting treatment, and so.
Sorry, Steven. I mean, every once in a while, you kind of got to do what you did, you know? But yeah, appreciate you giving it a shot.
I just don't think today showed had his best stuff.
Cynthia, no NT at the moment, but we do have coming out tomorrow is Immaculate, which is a slightly less expensive cousin of NT. So new release tomorrow. So I hope everyone gets into that tonight.
It just didn't seem like the stuff was there tonight. And not that it always correlates, but tonight I just don't think he his stuff wasn't there. I'm hopeful. Obviously, he was already scheduled to be down tomorrow. So with tomorrow, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty confident. I'm confident.
So some of those things you have to wait a day to see how reaction.
You do. But, when you're talking with him to the eye, it's not as, I mean, we'll see how he comes out of it. But again, guys get hit all the time, by a pitcher and obviously not by a batted ball. But
yeah, thankfully, it sounds like the Ohtani comebacker was off of his thigh, not the bone. Bone would have. If it was bone, I definitely would be concerned. But
it was, and then I was just really relieved that it was the thigh because it hit him flush. And so again, if you're talking.
No, yeah, it's like when I'm playing blackjack. Sometimes you gotta, you gotta double or triple the minimum. At times, you kind of have to do that every once in a while. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Can't do that all the time, but I feel like that's a play that you got to mix in here and there. All right, give me a moment here to put all this stuff away.
Eventually, he had to quit.
Yeah, if you like this NT, I think you're also gonna like that Immaculate that's dropping tomorrow. It's a 6-box case, and we split those up into 3. So if you just wanna try a little taste of a team,
If you or your family are noticing changes,
it might be easier just to get into a third of a case.
being adopted together.
All right, this took a little bit longer than I thought, but we'll get that Glory of the Game break done by the bottom of the hour.
Do learn what's different about Dovato. Dovato is a complete HIV.
But thank you for the fill, everybody. I appreciate everybody trying.
Medicines are in your pill. Most HIV pills contain 3 or 4 medicines. Dovato is as effective with just 2. No other complete HIV pill contains fewer medicines than Dovato.
All right, now, Finest fans, both of these breaks are going to be refunded if they're not, if we don't get them a lot closer by the end of the night. I may leave that up there. Maybe I'll give that to tomorrow night, but I'll definitely be refunding number 4 tonight. What about gold packs, ladies and gentlemen? That could be another thing we can do. We can do more Glory of the Game as well. All these links are in the chat. I feel like we should do at least that gold pack break tonight. We might think about canceling that one too.
And she'd buy the same gifts over and over. Telling the girls about my Alzheimer's diagnosis was really hard. At first we had our cries, but then we were like, okay, let's make a plan. Early detection gave us time to adapt together. It's so important for you to think about what you can do, making the most of what you have.
Well, I'm rooting for you, Noah.
It could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together.
I always tell people, hey, get your at-bats in, get your ABs in, because you're not going to hit, no one's going to hit 100% of the time. Even when you see the big spenders spend a ton of money, you think they're hitting all the time? I assure you, they'll assure you too. They'll tell you that they're not. But you got, just based on your own budget, just got to get your at-bats in. Give me a chance to pull you some big hits.
There's new action on the way after the break. We can hear from Shohei Ohtani himself from the family up in Colorado.
If you are living with HIV, do chase it treatment. Do consider how to stay under control. Do learn what's different about Dovato. Dovato is a complete HIV treatment procedure. Find out how many medicines are important. Most HIV pills contain 3 or 4 medicines. Dovato is as effective with just 2. No other complete HIV pill contains fewer medicines than Dovato.
It is unknown if Dovato is safe and effective if you have HIV and hepatitis B. If you have Hep B, don't stop Dovato without talking to your doctor, as it may get worse or harder to treat. Don't take Dovato if you're allergic to its ingredients or taking definitively or serious or life-threatening side effects. If you have a rash or allergic reaction symptoms, stop Dovato and get medical help right away. Other serious or life-threatening side effects include severe liver problems and lactic acid buildup. If you know or abuse, you may be more at risk. Tell your doctor about your medicines or supplements, medical conditions, liver or kidney problems, pregnancy, breastfeeding, or teen pregnancy.
Do your food. Do ask your doctor about your medicines. Do Dovato. Each week, special news warnings from the LA Times to your school.
I'm Lisa McCurdy. Welcome to LA Times Today.
The stories that matter and the issues you care about. From the people you trust. The cool journalists who will be included with today and including this community. You're reading LA Times Today with Lisa McCurdy. Plans at 8 on Spectrum, available on all of your favorite devices, exclusively on Spectrum.
Mom was always very self-sufficient, but we started noticing things were off. Alzheimer's. It was hard to hear that. Early detection gives us time to seek information and support.
If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together.
Spectrum with Paramount Plus is the entertainment destination.
You know all this. I think it's been the best decision because I gained a son. I became my coach. He's the best son ever. I say that to you, Dad.
Learn about adopting a teen and adoptyourkids.org.
Remember, fans, each night at Dodgers pitchers strike out at least 7 times. Everyone can get a free Choco Jack the following day. A Jack in the Box was purchased at a large drink at an LA area location. Unfortunately, they came in one shy tonight, only 6 strikeouts. Another chance to put a drink on the plate. Another shot starts the series. Finale coming up next. With Housing final shots and look ahead to that series finale tomorrow afternoon in Denver with the first shot.
If you are living with HIV, do chase it treatment. Do consider how to stay under control. Do learn what's different about Dovato. Dovato is a complete HIV treatment procedure. Do find out how many medicines are important. Most HIV pills contain 3 or 4 medicines. Dovato is as effective with just 2. No other complete HIV pill contains fewer medicines than Dovato.
It is unknown if Dovato is safe and effective if you have HIV and hepatitis B. If you have Hep B, don't stop Dovato without talking to your doctor, as it may get worse or harder to treat. Don't take Dovato if you're allergic to its ingredients or taking definitively or serious or life-threatening side effects. If you have a rash or allergic reaction symptoms, stop Dovato and get medical help right away. Other serious or life-threatening side effects include severe liver problems and lactic acid buildup. If you're female or obese, you may be more at risk. Tell your doctor about your medicines or supplements, medical conditions, liver or kidney problems, pregnancy, breastfeeding, or teen pregnancy.
Do your needs thorough. Do ask your doctor about your medicines. Do Dovato.
Do you have a passion for helping animals? Are you looking for a secondary income? Get certified as a professional dog trainer and service dog trainer that offers professional assistance with various physical courses and 7 times for their home. Enroll using our simple online learning process or call us at 997-539-9394. That's 900-795-3294. Or visit Kennedy Behavior College. Start making your future with more animals. Come to it today.
Spectrum appreciates we recognize our Los Angeles community, practice, and diversity.
All right, good luck, everybody. Hi, everyone. Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com with a quick one-box break of 2025 Leaf Glory of the Game Football. Random hit break number 2. Just a 4-spot break. You're guaranteed something out of this one-box break. Big thanks to Steve, Eric, and Matt for getting in on this one. So let's flip screens really quick. Let's select a box. We only did one box out of the 10. So first of all, we're going to pick a side, and then we'll go top to bottom. So 1, 2, 3 for the left side, 4, 5, 6 for the right side. That's going to be 6 right side. So top down 1, 2, 3, 4. If I roll a 5 or a 6, I'll just roll again. Slide this over here. It's the second box down. All right. There we go. Next one box break is loaded up. Now, obviously, if you buy all 4 spots, it's a personal box. All right. Let's try to show you the relics first. 3 out of 3. Tom Brady and Drew Bledsoe. Frozen Tundra dual relic. It's like Buccaneers Brady there, but nice. Game used. Train whistle. Oh, and I think we got 3 autographs. Nice. There is Marv Levy. Coach. 7 out of 12. The Autumn Wind. The Autumn Wind is a Raider. Up top here is Future Glory of the Game. 42 out of 99, Matthew Golden. It's with Green Bay now, maybe? And last one here is Bo Jackson, Future of the Game. 4 out of 10. Oh, not that Bo Jackson, but Leaf Prep All-American, Future Glory of the Game, Bo Jackson. All right, there you go. So we're just gonna keep the video running here. I'm gonna flip back to the screen here, go right over here. We got the Brady Bledsoe dual relic to 3.
Well, first Shohei, Dave Robbins told us that it got you more on your thigh. So how are you feeling? I know you just had some treatment, but are you concerned about just me?
Marv Levy autograph to 12. Matthew Golden auto to 99. And then we've got the Jackson. And that auto is a little lower numbered, a lot lower numbered, to 10.
I got hit in the same spot.
All right. So now, let's roll it, randomize it. 5 and a 5, 10 the hard way, names, and we'll match you up with a hit. Guaranteed something. Good luck. 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. Got Steve down Eric. And then 5 and a 5. 10 times for the hits. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and a 10th and final time. The Brady Bledsoe relic up top, dual relic up top. And here's how it shakes out for everybody. Steve with the Brady Bledsoe dual relic to 3. All aboard the Big Hit Express. Matt, you got the Bo Jackson autograph to 10. Steve with the Marv Levy autograph to 12. And Eric with the Matthew Golden auto to 99. There you have it. Quick, fun little break. 2025 Leaf Glory of the Game football. Let's keep working through it. Maybe we'll find a booklet in there or something like that. These look pretty fun. I'm Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com, and I will see you next time for the next Glory of the Game football break. Bye. All right, interesting. It's a good blend of, looks like a blend of old school guys, new school guys, low number potential. You know, the usual stuff that you would expect from a Leaf product if you're familiar with it. Not a bad price point, right? What, 70 plus 70 times 4 hits, under 300 bucks a box. Not bad for a personal, I would think.
You know, I was aware by my build concession that it doesn't move quite as much as it does in normal sea level. But again, that's not an excuse, and it's something that I'm going to make sure I work on next time I pitch here in course field.
Will it affect the altitude on yourself, on your body, or the way you felt throughout the game?
体に影響したような感じはしました。いや、特にそこはまあ感じないというか、まあただただ自分のこう投球内容として、まあゲームの中で思うようにこういかないときに、一つでも二つでも工夫できるところがもう少し増えるといいのかなと思いますし、まあ術後のこうどんどんこうリハビリの過程でイニングが増えていく中で
Rex, what's going on?
先発投手としてそういう引き出しが出てくればもう少し
Did he fracture his, when did he fracture his wrist?
I don't think it had any effect on the body. It just really was not happy with the results overall. And in a situation like this, I just wish I was a little bit more creative and finding different ways to, as a starting pitcher, just be able to execute. And I know this is kind of the tail end of the rehab process, so it's really important for me to make sure that as a starting pitcher, you know, I find ways to be creative and find ways to get out.
Yeah, you could take a night like tonight, Jerry, on the pitching side, just flush that ball away. Now he has to get ready for Friday. He was already going to have.
They're gonna put him on the IL?
After pitching and DHing tonight, and hopefully he's good to go.
Oh, he's been playing with it messed up and is now on the IL.
It sounds like he should be okay.
I mean, potentially a lot.
He's not sure more creative. What that means is how to use a variety, mix it up.
You know, I think instead of him getting like a 5, 6, 7 year deal, what's up, Eric? Maybe that turns into a much shorter deal, maybe a 1 year. That might actually help your Cubs. They might even be able to sign him with one year and with an option, or 2 years and an option after the first year, or something like that. For not as crazy of a price.
Game tomorrow, Jerry. Jerry, James, and Kirsten, I am John. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. Pregame at 11 a.m. on Sportsnet 11.
Right, so how did the Cubs not know that he had a fracture in his wrist on June 1st? Or did they know and they let him keep playing?
In a world where iconic is overused so much it becomes trite, that can't be said about the 37-foot 2-inch wall in left at Fenway Park. It's called the Green Monster and can't be missed. But behind the wall, where the manual scoreboard sits, are the faint names of those who were here. A hidden history, one that reveals itself to the young players visiting for the first time, and those who've been here before.
Guess he's an official in the IL, but talks to he needs to tomorrow. But I mean, Cubs are gonna Cub, right, Rex? Why wouldn't the Cubs medical staff be like, hey, it's only early June, shut it down for 2 or 3 weeks, let's get that right, and let's go. That's like a month before the All-Star break, Rex. Why wouldn't the Cubs doctors be like, yeah, look, we're 9 games ahead of the Brewers right now. Relax. Take a couple weeks off. You know, let's get that wrist right. We got plenty of time. And then why wouldn't the Cubs get any kind of reinforcement by the trade deadline? Knowing that Kyle Tucker had a hairline fracture in his wrist on June 1st. They had all of June and all of July to, to address that issue. And that's just the Cubs organization. This is why you guys lose, Rex. So now, Kyle Tucker slumps because you keep forcing to play him. You force Kyle Tucker to slump because you're forcing to play him. You know, P. Core Armstrong eventually comes back down to earth. But now you've got that. Don't add anything in the middle of the season or by the trade deadline. There you go. This is what happens when, like, the Cubs try to thread the needle. You know what I mean? Yeah, but guess what? Every player is going to want to play every day through injury. It's up to the team doctors, the coaching staff, and the front office to say, "Hey, you're going on the IL. You have no choice." You give the players the choice. Guys are going to want to play every day. That guy's in a contract year. He's going to want to get out there and play every single day. Well, yeah, probably. The Cubs organization have to, I mean, this is what the Cubs get for trying to thread the needle. Like, why did they even trade for Kyle Tucker anyway? You know what I mean? Why not just play Cam Smith and call up Owen Casey? Call up all those guys, and then they might end up looking like the Brewers, who called up all of their youngsters. You know, didn't make any moves in the offseason. Everyone's like, oh no, Brewers, what are they going to do? You know? But guess what? They played all their youngsters. They've all gelled together as a team. Now they look great. You know, I mean, the Cubs are like, oh, we'll get Kyle Tucker, but then we won't do anything in the trade deadline. You know, they're kind of half-assing it. You know? They're kind of, are you in or are you out? The Cubs have 1 foot in and 1 foot out, you know? And by the time they're fencing it, they're, 8 games beyond the Brewers, 7 games beyond the Brewers, whatever, you know, after they had a decent lead. So, should have just done the Brewers formula. Or you just got to go all in and be like, all right, we got Kyle Tucker, let's double down with pitching, let's double down with this, let's double down with all that sort of stuff, you know? But now they kind of half-ass it, and here we are with a half-ass season. You know, you'll go maybe get a wild card spot, probably get bounced, you know, or get swept in the first round. There's your season. Yay. Man, yeah, Phillies are looking great. Cynthia, your boys and I have been watching your break. 2021. It's a long time. Your boys are probably here, and now they're here. 4 years. Kids grow up fast in 4 years. we have some customers, some people that collect with us who have said, yeah, I started watching your breaks when my daughter was, 10, and now she's getting her driver's license or something like, people that have watched like almost 10 years, been like, yeah, I was watching when my kid was 6, now she's 16, she's getting her driver's license, Oh my God, yeah, that would, if you have a pig, that would be awesome. Well, I forget where we met or where you're located, but we do have a new 10,000 square foot shop in Torrance, California, not too far away from the airport. So if you ever visit. There you go, yeah. Rex's son's gonna be 16 next week. He was 5 when he started breaking with JASPY. Time flies when you're having fun. Yeah, that would be kind of funny. That would be a great social media post. Get the picture of you guys in 2021 and get the picture of you guys like in 2025 or 2026. I'd be down for that. That would be a lot of fun. Yeah, there was another, who is it? Max. Someone may or may not remember, but him and his dad was breaking a lot with us when he was 12 or something like that. And then we met him again a couple years ago. And I met him when he was just a little kid, just a shy little kid. And we met him again. He's like 19, and he's like, yeah, I'm going to college. And I was like, cool. Like, but it was awesome to see. And it was just like, we had a lot of fun with you. We still kind of collect a little bit here and there, but kind of selling a lot of stuff nowadays. But there was like a good time breaking with us. We always appreciate stories like that. And I think, the cool thing about, it's like, there's rookies drafted every year. There's new kids that come into our shop. There's every year someone new is going to discover the hobby, discover baseball cards with their parents. You know what I mean? And they'll buy stuff out of the shop. They'll join group breaks, and that train will keep rolling. I mean, there's going to be a generation of kids who did group breaks when they were 10 years old, and they end up being 35 years old, 38 years old, 40 years old with kids joining group breaks again, because they're kids now. Like, it'll be crazy when that rolls around. I'm assuming JASPYs will be around for at least another 20, 25 years. So like, it'll be kind of crazy to think like there are kids in like middle school who are breaking with us with their parents, who end up growing up and then having kids of their own, and they grow up and they end up breaking with us. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen at some point. Give it enough time, we'll see it happen. Yeah, Pokemon you've seen it, Cynthia. Pokemon over the last few years has just gone bananas. It's gone crazy. So if you look, that's the reflection of my on-air sign. But if you look way over there, look how you zoom way over there. So way over there is a whole wall of Pokemon. In the showcase, there's like Pokemon singles in there and stuff like that, but there's a whole wall of it over there. In our old store, it used to be just a little corner. Now it's a whole wall of it. And during our grand opening, you know, we have our associate Melina who knows sports. She knows sports too, but she works on the store floor team. But her kind of little area of expertise, along with sports cards, would be soccer and like Pokemon. So she was busy all weekend, like both grand opening days. No, he doesn't. I mean, he technically does, but he's starting school, so he'll be back like winter break, summer breaks. All right, Matthew picks up a spot, gets the Colts in Immaculate 3. Drops tomorrow. And the Bengals in Immaculate 3. They're available in 1 and 2, Matthew, if you want them. If you want them there. For everybody else, listen, we are in the 4th quarter of the show. So what do we want to do? Right, we can try doing a little basketball. That gold pack is down to 9. We haven't seen any spots moving that in a little bit. And that's a good candidate to get canceled and refunded. So I would act now if you want to. I think our best bet might be either that basketball, the gold packs, or maybe another one of those Leaf Glory of the Game football breaks. Sort of a unique product. I'm interested to see what like the biggest hit would come out of there. I think there are book possibilities right here. Cool to pull a book. So, let's get something going.
thank you for your wonderful gift.
Oh, you did get it?
Yes,
Oh, good.
thank you. No, I really couldn't accept something like that normally. I really want it.
Well, you need to do it.
Come on, Romeo, get out of there.
I have been wondering though, what the engraving indicated. The pipe that Bigfoot took.
You can go.
Oh, Dr. Hurwitz is Mr. Brown.
Hi.
Stiff.
Here, I'm going to the note. So you can see what the just as it is.
Thank you.
What's yours? The eye treatment. That's what he's doing. He went in and signed a declaration.
Also try chocolatey payday.
Depends keeps you drier than ever, so you can say yes to more than ever. Depends. The only thing stronger than us is you.
Cricket's jaw-dropping new unlimited plan. Premium feature most
All right, so we did cancel Finest 4, but we're gonna maybe leave Finest 3 up there until tomorrow. Baseball section's looking a little thin, and we may need some alternatives for people who aren't into that immaculate football. Basketball's still available. We can do that tonight. Gold Pack still available. We can do that tonight. So we got some options, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to do it. It's the fourth quarter of the show, late night rally time. Let me know what you want to do for a late night rally. Or pre-order that immaculate football. Let's see when Jason wants to go live for that. Jason might come in a little early for that break. The normal time. I know Jason's actually going to be going live early on Fanatics, but normal time here. Usually we have our schedule set up where Jason can come live here early because Michael's on there early, but Michael's usually not on early on Thursday. He is on new release Wednesdays, but Immaculate decided to throw a curveball at us and they decided to do that decided to release on a Thursday for some reason. I do, Rex. So, the top two division winners get a bye. The third, so there's three division winners, right? The top two records get a bye. They get to skip the wild card process, but the worst of the three division winners have to play the best wild card team. The worst wild? I think the worst wild card team. So, for example, that would be my Dodgers. So, if the season ended today, the Brewers and the Phillies would get the first round off, and the Dodgers would have to play the Mets. Wow, that would be a hell of a series. The Dodgers would have to play the Mets, and then the Cubs and Padres play each other. And then I think the winner of Mets Dodgers would play the best record in the division, which would be the Brewers. And then the Cubs-Padres winner would play the Phillies. Fairly certain that's how it works. Yeah, Mets haven't looked very good. Kind of after they started out hot, right, in July, a little bit after the All-Star break. Then they lost like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 14 of those 16 games. That was a terrible streak. Now, if you just look at the last 4 games, they're looking pretty good. They've won 3 out of the last 4, but yeah, that was a pretty awful stretch. I don't think that even the Dodgers went through that bad of a stretch. Dodgers feel like, they'll lose a few games and they win one, and you think, oh, they're back, and then lose and they win a couple, and they go back, and they win a couple, and they take a step back. Win, loss, win, loss, win, loss, win, win. Loss, 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 win, 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 loss, win, loss. So they've kind of been treading water, basically. Yeah, well, imagine what's going to happen if the league ever expands to 32, right? 'Cause I don't even know how the playoffs would go. If you add 2 more teams, do they add 2 more wild cards? I mean, I guess, how does the NFL do it? So they have, the top record has a bye, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 play. So there's 7 playoff teams total. And what do we have now? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yeah, there may be 1 more added because 32 teams, 7 playoff teams in the AFC and the NFC. Currently, baseball only has 30 teams, but they've got 6 in each league getting into it. So they may add one more wild card. So they may do it where, like, the best record in baseball, they could do it where if there are 32 teams, the best record in baseball gets a bye. And I guess the other, I guess 4 division winners and 3 wild cards. So yeah, maybe the top 2 teams get byes and the other teams other 2 division winners plus wild cards play against each other and something like that. But yeah, eventually it'll get even more complicated, right? 'Cause if those 32 teams ever transpire. Well, no one's going to be happy. When these divisions get mixed up, someone's going to be unhappy. Toronto Blue Jays might be in the north. They may have to split up traditional rivalries. Mariners might be in the north. Rangers could be in the south. That entire west could be broken up. You know what I mean? Like the Braves could be in the south and the Phillies could be on the east. Marlins will probably be in the south. Right? Brewers may, Reds and Pirates may end up in the east or the north. So things are going to get mixed up. The Rockies may end up in the north. So yeah, I mean, there's going to be, some teams that are going to get get shifted around. But the first wild card? 2005? 2010? I think we've referred to this before, but I think maybe this might be a little outdated, but back in 2014, New York Times / Athletic, I think, did a kind of fan map that so, 95, wow. So like, I think you can kind of already see where like there's teams' geography will kind of, and time zones will kind of determine that. You know, mainly west, central, and east. And I think what Manfred said, he definitely wants a East Coast time zone team and one more West Coast. So, I mean, it's kind of hard. You want to try to, and then you want to try to find where you put a team. That's why a lot of people like Tennessee, Memphis, or Nashville being like a spot to kind of eat into Braves market share, and kind of, you know, people who are too far away from being Cardinals, Reds, or Braves fans, right? You know, they can kind of, you know, Tennessee's a fast-growing state. You know, they could definitely sustain, especially Memphis, I think. They got a basketball team, right? They have a football team. They could sustain a baseball team. Or Nashville already has a popular hockey team. They could probably sustain a baseball team. I think there's some minor league history there too. A lot of people saying like North Carolina area could be another good spot, kind of fill in this little area right here. You know, they could definitely be more of a regional team, as opposed to like the Nationals, who seem more like a local team. You know, even the Orioles and Phillies, they're not like, the Phillies don't really expand beyond that sort of area. You know, whereas maybe Red Sox get all of New England, Yankees will get all of New York State. And that's why I think Tennessee, and then on the West Coast, maybe Portland seems like to be the logical place. It's already takes teams forever to get all the way to Seattle. It's sort of a brutal road trip, but if you put another team in the Pacific Northwest, it kind of solves the problem of going all the way to Minnesota, and then, you know, maybe you inch your way down the coast on a West Coast swing. So from there, yeah, I don't know how you break divisions together. Because it would be four, if it's 8 divisions, north, south, east, west, which as the NFL shows, that's probably the best way to do it. I mean, you would have to have Brewers, Cubs, at least in the north. You know, Cardinals could go either way. You could probably put them in the north or the south. Right, and then maybe Pirates get pushed to the east. Maybe you can keep Brewers, Cardinals, Cubs, and you put Reds and Pirates in the north, like the AFC North. And then you put these teams in the east. Push the Braves down to the south with the Marlins, the expansion team, and maybe another team. Something like that. I mean, there's going to be a team that's going to be, you know, kind of out of place. Right? Cardinals might end up being in the south. Reds might end up being in the South.
This isn't a day for hope.
I wonder if MLB will maybe kind of keep it closer to the NFL, right? Because there's a lot of NFL teams have their own baseball team, and just for continuity, they might. So like, it might be Boston, Miami, Mets. No, sorry, AFC. So it would be, yeah, they would have Boston, Yankees. It's kind of hard to think about now. Maybe Philadelphia. Miami, maybe, or not Miami, but like maybe like Tampa Bay, stay in, although Tampa Bay's in the South, but I feel like they'll try to kind of mirror as much as possible, mirror the NFL. Well, I'm not even paying attention to what Fox Sports says. I don't think they'll do a Midwest. I think if they're smart, they'll go with what has worked for the NFL for so long when they realigned. North, South, East, West. I think that's kind of how you have to do it. I think to create wacky divisions like the Pacific and the Mountain and the this. I just don't think makes sense. Yeah, I don't think the MLB is as fixated on what Fox Sports had to say. I think everyone with an elbow has, I think, made their opinions known on what it is. So I wouldn't be too concerned about what Fox Sports has said, Rex. Nice. Troy picks up a bunch of teams for tomorrow's Immaculate. Gets the Eagles in number 1. And I'll be going live at 3 o'clock Pacific, 6 o'clock Eastern for that. Eagles in 1. Thank you, Troy. Gets the Giants in 2. Thank you, Troy. Gets the Giants in 3. Excellent. And gets the Texans in 1, 2, and 3. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, if we're not going to do anything else tonight, maybe let's get that Immaculate going so we can hit the ground running on that tomorrow. I mean, here's the other thing, Rex. There's a chance, they probably won't do it, but there's a chance they may just go completely geographic. And just go, I don't think they'll do it, but just like basketball where they just go east and west. Because if you think about it, you don't really think about basketball too often in terms of division, right? Even though there are divisions, but just go straight conference play. There's so much interleague play nowadays. Now it almost AL, NL almost doesn't matter anymore. I don't know how realignment works. I'm fairly certain that it's one of those things that require ownership approval. So I think baseball pitches it first, And then you have to get like majority, probably more than majority. You probably have to get like 75, 80, 90% majority to agree with it. So I'd imagine they get a lot of feedback from the teams before they even put any kind of realignment out there. I'm trying to think, like when the Astros moved to the AL, who decided that? They just didn't snap their fingers and say, Astros, you have to be in the AL. I think so. And the Astros were in the NL as recently as 2005, I want to say. November 2010, Drayton McLean announced the Astros have been prepared for sale. McLean said he was one of the few reasons he was playing his estate. Jim Crane merged. Yeah, it just says 2011, it was announced that Crane had agreed to move the franchise to the American League for the 2013 season. This move was a part of the overall division realignment with the NL and AL. Crane, look at this. Crane was given a $70 million concession by the MLB for agreeing to the switch. The move was a condition for the sale to the new ownership group. It looks like it's just a little bit of negotiation. You know, so it could be one of those things where it's just something that that Major League Baseball and the owners have to agree to. I don't think the players have anything to do with it. Frankly, the players might not even care, right? Why would they care? They were just put an opponent in front of me, I'll play him. So I think there has to be some sort of negotiation between ownership and the MLB to realign the divisions when and if that time comes. And I'm sure most of the time, teams will be like, you know, I mean, it's a delicate thing. I think you have to try to keep certain rivalries together. You know, I'm sure Giants, Dodgers will still be in the same division. You know, Yankees, Red Sox will probably still be in the same division. You know, probably Cubs, Cardinals, you'd have to keep in the same division. I feel like those historic rivalries, they don't want to split up. But otherwise, I think they'll just be, you know, I would imagine that Major League Baseball will talk to all the teams and the ownership, and they do owners meetings every year. They'll hash that out. Other meetings throughout the year until they finally decide. And for the teams that are really digging their heels in, they'll be like, "Listen, we'll give you $100 million if you switch." I mean, $30 million back then was probably a lot. That's a lot of money. So I wouldn't be surprised if MLB might be like, "Here's $100 million to realign." You know, so there could be something like that too. And I don't know how they have it all. Maybe there's some sort of agreement on how they determine this sort of stuff, some bylaw that says it has to be 90% of the owners agreeing to it. Maybe you don't have a choice. I don't know. I don't know how much you could dig your heels in on something like that. You know, it might have been a bigger deal to try to move to move an NL team into the AL. Right, at the time, you still had pitchers hitting in the NL. So I guess maybe the ownership, maybe Crane was like, listen, if you move me to the AL, I need to find a DH. We haven't planned for a DH in decades. You know, so they're gonna be like, all right, here's $30 million, go buy yourself a player. But I mean, I don't think they're even gonna consider anything like that until 2028, when the new Vegas stadium is complete. Right, they broke ground in 2025 and they won't have anybody in until 2023. So that's like a 3-year project, and took how many more years just to even, before they even broke ground? Another 2-3 years? So that might be 5-year total from planning, from announcement to breaking ground to opening their doors. So they just sold this year. So it might not until, because Manfred, I think, also said he wants to wait until, Tampa Bay and Vegas figure out their baseball park situation. A's will open in 2028 if there's no issues. And then right now, I don't think Tampa Bay's they haven't even finished the sale, let alone started thinking about designing a new stadium and where. So let's say the sale is official by 2026, it might take them a couple years to find a venue, do environmental impact reports, have all those stuff. It might take 2-3 years for that to even happen, right? It might take another year or two to even get designs finalized, right? They're gonna have to meet with all these architectural firms. Then you break ground, and it might take another 5 years after that. So it might not be until 2035 before Tampa Bay even opens a new stadium. I'm sure they want it sooner than that, but it could be as late as that. And then by then, it might take another 5 years to even think about who's going to bring in the expansion teams and who's going to build the stadiums for those expansion teams. Will probably take another 5 years to build those stadiums, right? If they have to, because they'll probably build new stadiums in any of these places. So that's another 5 years before new stadiums get set up. So it might be 15 years, Rex, before we even see expansion. No, there's no reason why time travel would be fun, Rex. I would rather you go to a different timeline, but not actually go backward in time in this timeline and screw something up. But just fly to a multiverse. But I mean, I think what changed. I think they would have been as successful in the NL. They're a good baseball team. They constructed, and I think the primary reason was ownership. I don't think changing the league led to their success. I think changing the ownership, Jim Crane, who's still the owner to this day, he put the money into the team. He invested into the team, put money into the team, put smart people in the front office, Smart people who led to some collectively dumb decisions with 2017, but nevertheless, they still won a couple World Series. They still drafted really good players, so I think that's what the success was. Not because they changed leagues. Now I don't necessarily think so. I think if you construct a good team, you're going to beat them whether you're in the AL or the NL. Right? Now, the timeline you should think about is if Jim Crane, who again has delivered 2 World Series for Houston in the last X amount of years, what could have happened if he bought the Cubs in 2009? So I think that should be the thing living in the back of your head. When he bought the team, they were coming off a season which the Astros only won 56 games. During his tenure as owner, the Astros experienced a turnaround in which they had 3 consecutive 100-win seasons, including World Series victories in 2017 and 2022. I don't think... Yes, the Cubs have won a World Series since Jim Crane bought this team. But have they had the kind of overall success? I don't think so. I don't think it matters. You think that 2017 Astros or 2022 Astros who won 106 games? Are you saying that if they were in the NL West, they couldn't win that? You're telling me that I don't know, maybe they benefited from playing some bad teams, but that was still a very good team that won the World Series. You're telling me, maybe playing against the Dodgers, there would have been a little more competition there, but I don't think so. I think you put that team in any division. Maybe they're probably winning. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe they win a few extra games because they're playing some poorer teams. But overall, I think a lot of people say, "Oh, look at the Patriots and Tom Brady. Would he have won the same amount of games if he wasn't playing the Jets and the Bills were not good at the time pre-Josh Allen and Miami, playing 3 bad teams in their division year after year? You're telling me that Tom Brady couldn't win in the AFC North, South, or West? I think him and that team would win in any division." And maybe in a tougher division, maybe they don't. I can concede that maybe they don't have like the 3 consecutive 100-win seasons. Maybe you can argue, yeah, maybe those would have been 95, 94 win seasons against tougher competition, but. Well, I don't know how many. Well, I'll tell you what. Any of those playoff changes, Rex, has made it more difficult to win the World Series. So that's why you have fewer and fewer. Consecutive. That's why you have so many different World Series winners.
He took a chair.
Rogers, I think that you need Cadillac to go register Gates.
Stone the car. Oh, Mr. Gates, what's wrong with the car? And your son.
So yeah, I can tell you it's made a huge difference.
I think we should change clothes.
You know, back in the day, it used to just be the winner of the AL, the winner of the NL would face each other in a 9-game World Series. You know, I don't think that, if you think about it, the AL and NLCS, for a long time, you should just, yeah, it used to just be that.
This car smells weird.
Until they did the NLCS and the NLCS, the championship series. That didn't happen until like the 80s, which is a lot more recent than you might think, because where they split AL and NL into West and East divisions. And then the AL West winner and AL East winner would play each other in an ALCS, and the NLCS and NL East and NL West would meet up, and then they'd go and they'd play a CS. They would just go straight to the CS. And then you go to the World Series. That's it. So then add a wild card, and that adds another layer of difficulty. So yeah, I don't know if rule changes have directly affected like a team's ability to win the World Series. It may have overall added to like offense, you know, more runs scored in the league, maybe more individual numbers probably change, right? Like the most recent rule change, we've seen stolen bases spike up. Division changes, I don't know if division changes would make at least that much difference. It does, I'm sure, but not sure how big of a difference it'll make. If, you know, maybe there's an outlier that'd be like, oh man, if this team was in a different, I mean, that happens in football. If this team was in, you know, another division, then they would have been a playoff team instead of a non-playoff team. You see that with football all the time. You know, and vice versa, where you see a team that goes, you know, 9-8 could be the 4th place team in one division, but the 1st place team in another division. Playoffs, you know. So maybe if baseball does change to 32 and goes with a 4-division format, maybe we'll see some more of that. But I don't know if eliminating the 4-pitch intentional walk, the DH has certainly changed just a lot of things just in terms of more runs are being scored in the NL. Moving the mound back in the 60s, or raising the mound in the 60s. Lowering the mound, raising the mound? Whatever they did after Bob Gibson destroyed the league, you know, changed individual pitchers, but I don't know if that's changed. I don't know if that's changed like a whole team's outlook. But I can definitely assure you that every time you add a round to the playoffs, that just creates more and more difference right there. Brian, what's going on? Brian gets 2 in the leaf break. Gets 1 in the Topps Chrome Mega Break. And gets 2 in the filler for that Mega Break. And gets a spot in the division. Well, there is a good chance if someone gets that division and we sell out that filler. But I have to be honest with you, it has been with that Immaculate coming out tomorrow. You know, I've only seen a few orders in the last hour, and you have 2 of those 3 orders, and one of the other order was for an Immaculate break tomorrow. So we got time to break it tonight, but I wouldn't hold my breath. Sorry, it's a little quiet the last hour or so. But if anybody wants to rally around that select, we got time to do it. You know, all we got to do is move that full spot and fill up the that filler. Although Nancy was the only person who bought those 2 spots, I'm sure she wouldn't mind if we refunded her spots and we just sold out the break outright. We'd have to move 3 full spots then at that point. That I don't know, Rex. Not sure how that happened or why that happened. I'm sure some AL commissioner, you know, some commissioner of the American League back in the day would be like, we're not gonna have our pitchers hit. And some commissioner in the NL was like, we are gonna have our pitchers hit. That's baseball, that's true baseball. I feel like there was a lot more contention between the AL and the NL back in like the 1930s than there was today. I'm choking on sunflower seeds. I think at some point there was, like, I want to say fans back in the day actually had true hatred for the AL and the NL. Not even just their local rivals. You know, I think there was true hatred for, you know, because NL, AL baseball, I think, even up to the early 90s, I want to say, probably played different styles of baseball, or at least traditionally had played different styles of baseball. And there were probably people who were like, oh, that AL, that's not the way to play baseball. And people in the AL may say otherwise. All right, now the other thing that Brian did, here's something we certainly could do tonight. There's only 4 spots in this break. We're halfway there. There's 2 spots left. In fact, I still have those boxes on my table. I haven't moved them yet. So if anybody wants to do that, you know, if someone else gets 2 spots, you can split the box with Brian. I wonder how many pitchers today wish they can bat. I would like to see a poll question on that. Just listening to a lot of interviews and stuff like that. I feel like it's mixed. So by the way, so that leaf, we're halfway there. It's only a 4-spot break. Someone gets the other 2 spots. You can split the box with Brian, and we can break. But yeah, I mean, I feel like I've heard pitchers who are like, oh man, I would love to hit, you know, and I feel like there's a small uptick in, in pitchers who pitched even through college, maybe was even drafted as a pitcher hitter. where the team has forced them to make the switch to just being a pitcher, or to just being a pitcher. So I'm sure there are guys like that who are like, man, I really wish I could hit. And I'll bet there's like, and I'll bet there's like some pitchers who are like, man, I'm pitching because I'm terrible at hitting. That's why I'm pitching. I don't want to hit at all. I mean, tons, Rex. Look at how many kids out of high school come out. They're pitchers and hitters, but they just end up having to focus on just one because it's hard to do both. What pitcher had the best average? Historically? I have no idea. Tom Glavine? He was a Dodger? I know Clayton Kershaw liked to swing the bat, but I don't think he was I don't think he had the best average. Yeah, do you have a, it's not Clayton Kershaw, right? I don't think it's Clayton Kershaw. Oral Hershiser? I know 80s and 90s Oral could swing the bat a little bit. I'd be surprised if he had the best average. He has a 356 average? How many plate appearances though?
You don't know this? I don't know something about history that you don't know. I would say we're just taking this moment. This is cool. Does he feel?
I'm surprised, because I know he could swing the bat a little bit. Didn't think that he had a 356 batting average.
What I know is that daylight saving doesn't stop until World War I. If it's 3 p.m. now, okay, that means December 26th, it would be 2 p.m. Yeah. Did you actually know who the first person to suggest daylight savings was?
Is this real?
Just tell me what it's all about.
Just imagine.
Can you remember which one was your favorite?
Wow, he almost had 1,000 plate appearances? I didn't realize that. I feel like they would have mentioned it in the broadcast at some point. All right, gang, 2 left here. Sells out the break. We're quickly approaching the final hour of the show. Maybe we can get this done. We're 10 minutes away from the top of the hour. Maybe we can get this done by the top of the hour. Do it.
It's just that the last time this was here, it was being signed.
All right, nice. Mike just picked up a spot in the Leaf. We're down to 1. There is no private studio here, Mac. All 3 studios are all have these beautiful glass walls right here. I get a nice view of the shop. See all the activity out there. It's awesome. No, we're barely recovering from moving and doing the grand opening, Rex. We still have a lot to do here at the shop before we're doing trade nights. So there it is. There's our big new store right here. It's a long way to walk all the way to the front door. Still don't know what we're gonna do with this area yet. That was just for the grand opening. Those showcases generally aren't there. Probably gonna move that at some point. Our blaster and pack wall is right up there. Nicer stuff in the showcases. Pokemon is on its own wall all the way down there. There's like a little lounge area back over there. The bargain bins and other kind of ripping lounge areas over here. There's another showcase right here. Kind of don't know what we're gonna do with this big middle space. Pinball machine is not there. This did not make the cut. You know, I think we're kind of upping the level. Well, the stacker machine made it. Stacker machine's on the other side of that vintage Kobe Bryant soda machine right there. Stacker machine made it. All the other games are out. But yeah, and that doesn't even count everything on the other side of that wall, which is a problem, which might be about a little bit smaller than that, but that's where all of the back end stuff goes. Because previously, we would have a bunch of offices dotted around here, and sorters would have to walk back over there to go to the shipping area, and shipping would have to go out through the front door to receive and send, blah, 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 blah. But now on the other side, we've got a roll-up garage where we've got a whole big area for the sorting and shipping team, and all incoming deliveries go back and forth there. Not a single person walks through there, unless they're delivering like food or like an Amazon order or something like that. But everything in terms of like, everything in terms of like, our shipping stuff. But yeah, everything in the back, all logistics, all the inventory is back there, Nick and Marin and we have our own they have their own offices back there, I mean, basically, like beforehand, Nick and Marin were sharing an office that was the size of a walk-in closet. And we had a lot of, and like all of our, merch and t-shirts and stuff that we get ready for traveling, blah, 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 would be in like an upper crawl space area in the break room in the last store. So stuff was all, now all the, Marin's office can be the sort of her desk / where all of our marketing materials and stuff are stored, because she kind of handles a lot of that stuff. So that entire room could be, the box of promo materials that we get from Panini and Topps and Upper Deck. That can be, we can maybe buy more t-shirts to sell out here in the store. That can be in boxes back there. All this, like all that sort of stuff can be organized there instead of kind of scattered all over the place. And Nick needs to know, Nick is making hit packs and mystery crates, and he's buying a lot of stuff, and he's pricing and organizing a lot of stuff. So, he's got this big office where he can kind of set all these things out on a table and get all that organized. Because before he would do it on, he would do it on a showcase at the old shop, or he would do it in the eBay computer table behind me in the old shop. He would do it at home, you know what I mean? Like, it was kind of ridiculous. But that way he can get organized too and kind of build out all sorts of different things, basically. So it kind of needs that kind of space. So I do have an office. It's right here. Why would I need it? I don't need an office. I'm not meeting anybody. I'm not on the phone with anybody. If I'm taking meetings, I'm taking it with Nick. I'm doing it in his nice office. I don't need one. This is my office. My entire store is my office right there. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to last spot mojo on that leaf break. Brian got 2 spots, Mac just picked up a spot. It's actually these 1-box breaks right here. I just need 1 person to get a spot and we can rip that. With a little luck, we might be able to do a couple before the night is out. So there's 4 items. We haven't seen a book yet. It's at least 2 autos a box, but last box we saw a 3rd auto. Just 4 items and you're guaranteed something. And we're only a couple boxes into a 10-box case. And as far as I know, these are the only 10 boxes that we had. That's the only case that we had. Anybody want to get the last spot? The sooner we can do this, the sooner I can post another one. Maybe we can do another one of these. Yeah, we do need to get some new hats. I mean, this is why the new shop is going to open so many doors for us. Not doors, but just gives us space just to store stuff, you know? Like maybe we can buy some more merch. You know, we got the space for it now. But there's a lot we got to do. We're still waiting on 2 racks to put the rest of the basketball onto racks in our inventory area. You know, we've got to restock on a bunch of supplies. We have to clean out this big long hallway that we have where we have these like big carts that we kind of move throughout the back area. But we need to, like a concourse, if you will, you know, we have to clean up that area. We got tons of empty boxes stacked up. We have to get, you know, a couple extra days a week on trash pickup because we've got so much trash from the move and from the moving box and from the grand opening. What else do we have to do? We've got to get more shelving for all the supplies. Got to get restock on supplies. We need that shelving because right now it's on pallets. And then we got to kind of open up and then we got to get, I've got to get like a little, maybe kind of a small storage cabinet to put top loaders and other miscellaneous supplies in there. We have to get like a little couch we can put right in front of me, right over here, because there's also a little bit, some of you may have noticed a little echo here. We're planning to put like maybe a little furniture here to kind of warm up the room a little bit and absorb some of the sound. I think we do have some soundproofing we're gonna put on the ceiling. Oh, nice, JK, thanks. So, gotta get organized, gotta catch up with all the sorting and shipping. So we got a little ways to go before we start thinking about future plans.
Okay, you all right? You both all right?
Yeah, we're alright. Ben, I'm sorry.
We'll be gone. Meet me at the car.
Suspect has arrived.
Yeah, it probably sound here. Actually, let me close the door. I think if I close the door like this, it might sound a little better. And I think during after we close the retail part of the store, there's less people outside milling around talking, and that echo, if I leave the door open, that echo kind of floats into the room as well. And then my voice echoes out into the room out there. If I did that, does that sound any better, Rex? Or the same? But yeah, I also bought this thing that sits behind the microphone that's like a little soundproofing thing. So there's like a little soundproofing cage around the microphone now. So that might block some outside sound and keep my voice directed towards the microphone and won't move past it too far. And yeah, I mean, people are probably just getting used to the new sound as well. I mean, it's gonna sound different though. It's not ever gonna sound like it was. No matter how much soundproofing you put here, it's always gonna sound a little different. About the same, but okay. Yeah, I think people just will get used to it too. Okay, so I posted the next one. I mean, buy all 4 spots. That's a personal box. We can do a couple personal boxes before we close out the night. We are in the final hour of the show. The final 50 minutes of the show. Yeah, I think the worst you might hear is the occasional, because we're in the flight path of a commuter airport, so the worst you might hear is like a Cessna flying up overhead on a quiet day. All right, let's go. National Treasure, the movie, on in the background. Hi everyone, Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com coming at you with a 1-box break of 2025 Leaf Glory of the Game Football. Random hit break number 3. Quick break, it's only 4 items in this. That's it. At least 2 are autographs. We've seen a box with 3. We're only a couple boxes in, so 3 is a possibility. Big thanks to Brian, Mike, Jonathan, appreciate you guys. So this is where I'll type in the hits, but first, let's figure out which one we're gonna do. Where's my guy here? There it is. So we'll go 1, 2, 3 for the left side, 4, 5, 6 for the right side. 5, right side. Then we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the dice roll. And it's 5 again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bottom box. Good luck. And I'll try to pick out the relics first, or the non-autos first. This is a non-auto. And it is Drew Bledsoe. Glory of the Game, 21 out of 40. Game used. And I think we got 3 autos. I think these are prospect autos on these. That's, yeah, Future of the Game. Future Glory of the Game, Dylan Gabriel, 22 out of 99. Nice. Got drafted by the Browns. There's a dual auto right here. I'm saving that till last. And we got Brady Schmeigel, 28 out of 99. Not sure what's he all about. He's still in high school. Newbury Park High School. He's a 5-star prospect, top 100 recruit nationally in the 2026 recruiting class. So someone to keep an eye out for in the more distant future. And the dual autograph, 3 out of 7, Ken Anderson and Burt Jones, classic combos. All right. There you go. I'm going to keep the video running. There's only 4 items here. We're going to flip back to random.org. Here is the Drew Bledsoe relic to 49. Check that to 40. There's the Dylan Gabriel auto to 99. The quarterback, high school prospect autograph to 99, and then the dual auto. And that was the 7. Nice low number there. Okay, let's do it. Let's roll it. Randomize names and hits. 1 and a 6, 7 times each. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7th and final time. Got Jonathan down to Mike. And then 1 and a 6, 7 times for the hits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and a 1. 7th and final time. We got the dual auto up top, the Dylan Gabriel on the bottom. So Jonathan, you got the dual auto. The Anderson and Jones dual auto to 7, last spot mojo. Brian, you've got the Drew Bledsoe relic and the Brady Schmiedel autograph to 99. 5-star recruit, someone to keep an eye out for in the future. And Mac, you got the Dylan Gabriel autograph to 99. There you go. Quick, fun little break. Dual autograph potential, some old school names, some future names, some new school names. Got a relic in the mix as well. So there you go. We're still looking for like a booklet. That booklet would be cool. So that's sort of the ceiling, I think, of what we can potentially get. Buy all 4 spots. That's a personal box as well. I'm Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com, and I'll see you next time for the next break. Bye. All right, you're welcome, Mac. There you go, JK.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places nationwide.
I don't buy it. Comes from Facebook, Rex. I don't believe it. Social media in general, TikTok, Instagram, even X, Facebook especially, worst place to get any kind of news. Yeah, you know what? I didn't realize until afterwards that that was Ohtani's very first start in Denver at that altitude. So I think it kind of showed. I think even in the post game, he was like, "Yeah, just had to get used to altitude, kind of get used to how the ball spins at altitude." I must have subconsciously known that because I didn't start Ohtani as a pitcher in my fantasy league. But I think if you take that into context, then I think you're kind of like, oh, I guess that kind of makes sense. I think if you look back at the starts of anybody who's made their first start in Denver, outside of a Rockies pitcher, I think more often than not, they have probably struggled. And maybe a few starts ago, 3 or 4 starts ago, he pitched in Cincinnati in the middle of the summer for the first time. And I think he did not hydrate enough. He exited with a little bit of cramping in the leg or something like that. But yeah, he made his first start in Cincinnati and got a taste of that Cincinnati summer humidity. You're going to be in Vegas for 3 weeks? Or you're going to be in Vegas for 3 weeks, or are you going to Vegas in 3 weeks? Like, 3 weeks is a long time to stay in Vegas. But yeah, Ohtani's going to a lot of these NL parks that he has never been to. So I think he's obviously hit in Denver before, right? He's obviously hit in Cincinnati before. He hasn't pitched in any of those cities. Which you would have thought in like the few years that he pitched for the Angels, even with interleague games, that he would have ended up there at some point or another. Anyone feeling frisky, want to get all 4 spots and turn into a personal box, or 2 people can buy 2 spots each, you guys can split a box? Could be a fun one to do. All right, so I got everything cleared out. Everything's uploaded. So what do you think? We got about 40 minutes left in the show. We could do a few of these by the time the show is by the time we call it a night, by the time we reach the end of the program. So this would probably be the easiest one to do as well. Or the random letter break, gold packs. Those are fun too. So those VIP gold packs from the National. First letter of their first name. A lot of fun, could be some big surprises in there. This is even easier, we only need 4 people here. We can even get something right at the bottom of the hour. We can fill this in less than 10 minutes. What do you think? I got the boxes on the table, ready to roll, ready to run when you are.
imagination. serious side effects may include increased inflammation, gallbladder, or severe stomach problems. Call your prescriber if you have any of these symptoms. Wegovy may cause low blood sugar, people with diabetes, especially if you take medicines. Call your prescriber if you experience vision changes, heart racing and breaths, or any mental changes, depression, or thoughts of suicide. Side effects of nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea can lead to dehydration, which may cause symptoms.
All right, any last minute orders here? Does not look like it. Well, listen, we're wrapping things up here, so I'm kind of holding out hope that maybe someone will grab some gold packs, or maybe some, you know, maybe another leaf box right here. That's only 4 spots, but I'm tidying up. We're pretty much wrapping it up here, so I'll give it another 5 or 10 minutes before that happens. Yeah, Immaculate Football's tomorrow, so pre-order. I'll be live at 3 o'clock Pacific, 6 o'clock Eastern for that. So there's a link to pick your team 1. Pre-order your teams. Get your teams before someone else does. No, usually how our schedules are you know, how we're scheduled. We have it so Jason's able to come in early on Wednesday, but since this is a weird Thursday release, it kind of messed up our normal routine. So no, normal day tomorrow. But we're back at 3 o'clock Pacific, 6 o'clock Eastern. I have a checklist for Immaculate if you want to study that. And my suggestion is get your teams before someone else does, because someone else will tomorrow. Bengals, Colts, Jaguars, Chiefs, Chargers, Rams, Dolphins, Vikings, Buccaneers, Titans, Commanders are left. I mean, even if you just get the $20 Titans and the $50 Dolphins, $50 Rams, you know, $50 Colts, $50 Bengals, all of that helps, because if we still have some teams remaining, we can easily bundle them up into a random number block and get it across the finish line that way. But the more teams we get snapped up, the cheaper that random number block would be, and the faster that random number block would sell out. Or, even better, we might accidentally sell it out straight up. So my advice to you is get those, you know, get whatever team you can get before you go to bed, right? And then East Coasters will start waking up a few hours later, right? 3 or 4 hours later, the early birds. They'll start looking at this, they'll start buying spots. West Coast early birds will start waking up, they'll start buying spots. Hawaii early birds will start waking up. We got a lot of customers in Hawaii. They'll wake up in a few hours, they'll start buying spots. And as we get closer to primetime hours, right, 3 o'clock Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern, hopefully we can really hit the ground running, especially on a very exciting new release day. That would be awesome, Aaron. If we pulled something like that tomorrow out of here, that would be awesome. So, lock in your teams. Make it happen.
Yeah, I would have came on over here, but Thomas is not here in the morning tomorrow, so.
Oh, that's what it
They
is.
wanted me to go there.
Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. All good. And the Thursday release is weird, so it just kind of jams us up anyway. Are you moving? You personally, are you moving? Are you moving?
I moved on my shit, but I have inspection tomorrow night, and then to move it. The inspector said that.
The valve or?
No, yeah, he just needs to check everything works in water. But they have to find out. He told me I don't care if you live there or not. But I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, NFL shields are a possibility. If I were you, ladies and gentlemen, there may be a cheap team somewhere in there, or cheaper team that might have an NFL shield. It wouldn't surprise me if like some of these $50 teams might have that. So you might stumble into something like that. So it's worth the research. right, thanks, Trent. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. I'm gonna wrap a couple other things up. I'll come back in a few and say our goodnights. Maybe see if we can, if there's something else sold out. Be right back. All right, that's a wrap, folks. I will see you tomorrow, 3 o'clock Pacific, 6 o'clock Eastern for Immaculate Day. Let's have a big day tomorrow. Sleep tight. Let the visions of big Immaculate hits dance in your head tonight. And we'll see you tomorrow and hopefully make some dreams come true. Have a great night, everybody. Bye.